Section 25 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 2, Part 1. The birth of an heir to Scotland put an end to the long series of tumults with which Bothwell had agitated the court. Very soon after this auspicious event, he perceived that all his partisans fell from him, upon which he fled to France. Queen Anne brought her firstborn son into the world at Stirling Castle, February 19, 1594. The king determined to give him the name of his own unfortunate father, and the name of the queen's father, and Henry Frederick, the boy, was named, with the first Protestant baptismal rites that had ever been administered to a prince in this island. The best insight to the domestic routine of Anne and James in Scotland is afforded by the royal privy purse expenses, which form a species of daily journal of their harmless lives. Through our long course of biographies, we have found that the closer inquisition that is made into the letters and journals of the royal dead, who were most reviled in the 16th and 17th centuries, the more respectable do their characters appear. Whether the same rule holds good in regard to those that were lauded to idolatry, our readers will best answer by the perusal of what we have collected. All we can say is, that we invent not and set down not in malice. The accounts of the Lord Treasurer of Scotland commence but in 1593, and conclude with the accession to the throne of England. Many a quaint and naive entry is to be found therein, but we must again warn our readers, lest they marvel at the munificence of our royal oddity, King James the Sixth, that his disbursements were made in punds Scots, for instance. Item, by his Majesty's precept, to certain poor strangers, Hungarian captives to the Turk, £200. May, 1594. Item, by his Majesty's precept, to Helen Laytill, his Highness's own nurse, and to Grizzle and Sarah Gray, her doctors, for their appareling again the baptism of his Highness's dearest son, the Prince, £646, 13 shillings, 4d. Item, by his Majesty's command, for transporting of the Lion from Holyrood House to Shriveling, or Stirling, and therefrom back again, £207, 16 shillings. What part the Lion was to play at the royal christening, unfortunately, we cannot explain. Item, paid by the Queen's Majesty's missive for the furniture of 10 great deer hounds, appointed by her to pass into Denmark. There is an item of their Majesty's charity in almouse to a poor destitute wretch, who had laid herself down at the gate of Holyrood Palace in a peculiarly unfortunate situation. Then follows a requisition from the king for peace and quiet at the royal baptism. James Lennox accompanied 3 heralds, with their coats displayed, and 2 trumpeters, passing to the Mercat Cross at Shriveling, with letters or proclamation, charging all and sundry, our sovereign lord's lieges of the quat estate, quality or degree, savour they be of, to set apart their particular feuds, quarrels, and grudges, and keep good peace during the time of the baptism, as they tender his Majesty's honour and estimation of their native country. It is curious to observe that this precept gives tacit permission for the continuation of the feuds, quarrels, and grudges of the sovereign lord's lieges, so that they have but the decency to suspend them on this day of high festival. The prince was baptized according to the ritual of the Episcopal Church of Scotland. Archbishop Spottiswoode has not disdained to narrate the ceremonial. The Countess of Mar, the governess of the infant prince, and the queen's ladies brought him from his nursery and laid him in a state bed in the queen's presence chamber, from whence they carried him in procession and delivered him to his nearest relative, the Duke of Lennox, by whom he was presented to the ambassador of his godmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Earl of Sussex. Lord Hume carried the prince's ducal coronet of Rothsay, Lord Livingstone the towel, Lord Seaton the basin, and Lord Semple the laver. The English ambassador, who represented Queen Elizabeth, the godmother, followed with the royal babe, whose train was supported by Lord Sinclair and Urquhart, and 4 Scottish gentlemen of honourable lineage bore a canopy over him. When the procession arrived at the door, King James, who was seated there, rose and received the English ambassador, who delivered the babe to the Duke of Lennox, and seated himself in a stall decorated with velvet. The service was performed by the Bishop of Aberdeen. The Lord Lion proclaimed the titles of the prince. Gold and silver were thrown from the window among the populace, and then the heir of Scotland was brought back in procession to the state bed in his mother's presence chamber. When the ceremony of baptizing her infant was ended, the Queen of Scotland received, in state, the presents and congratulations of the foreign ambassadors who had assisted at this rite. Sir James Melville, who was present on this occasion, gives a lively sketch of the scene. "I was appointed," says the statesman historian, "to stand a little behind, but next to Her Majesty's chair. To the English, German, and Danish ambassadors, the Queen made answer herself. To the States of Holland, albeit Her Majesty could speak seemly French, she whispered in my ear to declare to them her answer. Then every ane of them, by order, made their presents as God-bairn gifts. The jewels of precious stones she received with her own hand, and then deliver it to me, to put into their cases, and lay them on a table whilk was prepared in the middle of the chamber." Queen Elizabeth sent a cupboard of plate, and some cups of massive gold. Holland presented a parchment with a yearly pension of 5,000 florins to the little prince. The cups were so heavy that Sir James Melville declares he could hardly lift them. "I leave to others to set down their value. All I know is, they were soon melted and spendit. I mean, so many as were of gold, whilk should have been keepit in store for posterity. But then they that gaff advised to break them wanted their part, as they had done of the Queen's toker." Of the amount and times of payment of this said toker or dowry, for the squandering of which the Sully of Scotland is so indignant, no very decided account can be given. However, as Melville affirms that a toker was spent, it is evident that some ready cash had been received by King James. The heart of the young queen was alive to the most passionate instincts of maternity, and these were painfully outraged when she found it was her husband's intentions to leave her young son in the royal fortress of Stirling to the care of his hereditary guardian, the Earl of Mar. The old Countess of Mar, the king's former gouvernante, was to be inducted into the same office for the infant Henry, to the queen's extreme grief. She earnestly pleaded to have him with her during his tender infancy, instead of being restricted to occasional visits. It was in vain that King James explained to her that it was part and parcel of the law of Scotland for its heir to be reared in Stirling Castle, under the care of an Earl of Mar, and that he owed his own life and crown to this providential arrangement, and that the Erskine family were most worthy of this high trust. But the Queen would not be content. Then began a series of sorrows and disquiets, which not a little impaired the peace of the royal pair. Queen Anne, with all the anguish of maternal jealousy, saw the first caresses of her little one bestowed on the old Countess of Mar and her son, and she hated them with all the vivacity of her nature. She was at Linlithgow Palace with King James, May 25, 1595, when her little Henry had arrived at the engaging age of 15 months old, and being in the utmost distress of mind, because the Mars had possession of her darling, of whom she was deprived, she bestowed a curtain lecture on King James regarding the subject nearest her heart. The substance of this exordium was, however, overheard and transmitted to England by a spy at the earliest opportunity. The Queen pleaded piteously with her husband that she might not live separated from her infant. She urged her constant affection and reminded King James how she had left all her dear friends in Denmark to follow him. She represented that her brother, King Christiern IV, for love of her, had ever been his sure friend. Therefore it was an ill return to refuse her suit, founded on reason and nature, to prefer giving the care of her babe to a subject, who, neither in rank nor deserving, was the best his majesty had. This was scarcely just to the Earl of Mar, who had been, at the same time, playfellow and guardian to his orphan king, and was, withal, one of the best subjects he ever had, and he was right to place his infant in the care of one so tried and trusty, even if the law had not prescribed it. King James, in reply to this curtain lecture, said, that his infant he knew to be safe in Mar's keeping, and though he doubted nothing of her good intentions, yet if some faction got strong enough, she could not hinder his boy being used against him, as he himself had been against his unfortunate mother. This reply, which ought to have shown Anne that her bereavement of her babe was not an intentional wrong, but an inexorable necessity, did not bring to her mind the conviction it ought to have done. She pleaded, wept, and even coaxed the king that the matter might be referred to council, in which she had secretly obtained a large faction of persons who only cared for her wishes as they militated against the Earl of Mar. The king perceived very quickly indications of rebellion in his council, and to his great uneasiness ascertained that his queen was perversely inclined to be made a tool of the factious. The correspondence of Anne of Denmark is a very curious feature in her history. It is almost unique, not only among queenly epistles, but is almost deserving a place in the history of letter writing. She seldom wrote by deputy. Her autographs are all holographs, and her letters extant consist of a series of mere notes, in which, though a foreigner, she contrived to infuse her whole meaning. These little missives are written in the most exquisite Italian hand. They are, most of them, spirited and humorous. All are pithy and to the purpose of the writer. The first note extant in the queen's hand, we are inclined to think, belongs to the time when she was intriguing to get possession of her infant, and was meant to provide funds for her rebellious journey to Stirling. There is a hurry of spirit in its inditing, which could belong to no other period of her life, excepting at another attempt of the kind, made when her husband was absent, taking possession of the English throne. But this document is written in the Scottish dialect, while, to the queen's credit, she had made herself mistress of the English language before she became Queen of England, and wrote and spelled it far better than did her great-granddaughter, Queen Anne, of Augustan celebrity. The present document is addressed to George Heriot, banker and jeweller to Anne of Denmark, who is almost as much immortalized by the genius of Sir Walter Scott as by his own good works. Unfortunately, Anne of Denmark never dated a note or letter. If she had known what a great inconvenience this careless habit would be to her dutiful biographer, she surely would have amended it for her own sake. And precept of the Queen. George Heriot, I earnestly desire you present to send me £200 with all expedition, because I maun best me away presently. Anna R. In the course of a few days, the king informed the queen that, as her heart was so entirely set on seeing her infant, she should go to Stirling Castle forthwith, but she refused, lest it should be supposed that she went thither out of compliment to the Earl of Mar, to grace the wedding of Lord Glamis. She declared she was not well and would not go, but the king obliged her to obey him. She set out on horseback May 30th, with her train, but either was, or pretended to be, so seriously discomposed by the caperings and rearing of her horse, that she took to her bed at Linlithgow Palace, and professed herself too ill to go any farther. The Earl of Mar made a journey to pay his duty to her in her sickness, but was not admitted to her presence, for fear, as it was said, that he should perceive her illness to be fictitious. He was, besides, so uncivilly treated by her people that he was glad to return to Stirling Castle the same day that he left it. The queen added to the ingratitude of insulting so trusty a friend as the Earl of Mar, the folly of an attempt which, in the eyes of a less indulgent husband than King James, would have been considered downright rebellion. She planned an expedition to Stirling Castle while the king was absent on summer progress. She meant to head an armed band, composed of the lords of her faction and their followers, who were by force to take the infant prince from the Earl of Mar. The king heard of this plot, and made a journey from Falkland Palace, speedy enough to prevent it. He obliged the queen to travel with him to Stirling Castle, but differently attended to what she had devised. Here the king permitted her to see and caress her babe as much as she chose, but was inexorable in his intentions of retaining Mar as his guardian. Indeed, he left the following document in the hands of Mar when they quitted the castle. My Lord Mar, because in the surety of my son consisteth my surety, and I have concredited to you the charge of his keeping on the trust I have of your honesty. This I command you, out of my own mouth, being in company of those I like. Otherwise, for any charge or necessity which can come from me, you shall not deliver him. And in case God call me at any time, see that neither for the queen nor the estates their pleasure, you deliver him till he be 18, and that he command you himself. This from your assured friend, James R. Shriveling or Stirling Castle, June 24th, 1595. A succession of stormy debates, agitated by the queen's faction in the council, ensued, but all failed in shaking the king's firm trust in the loyalty of the Earl of Mar and his lady mother. To the infinite discontent of the royal mother, her little son remained at Stirling. Whoever glances over the events of the 7 successive minorities of the kings of Scotland will plainly perceive that it was the systematic policy of the oligarchy of that country to get possession of the heir of the kingdom, and as soon as possible to destroy the father, and govern, during a long minority, according to their own notions of justice, which was invariably the law of the strongest. To obviate this customary order of affairs, James III had fortified the castle of Stirling and educated his heir in that stronghold, but his barons had, at last, obtained possession of the royal boy, and destroyed their sovereign in his name. James VI and the Earl of Mar resolved that the infant Henry should never be set up as a parricidal puppet. The king had studied the history of his country, and we have just shown how he had explained to his queen that he had himself, in his unconscious infancy, been made the instrument of his unfortunate mother's deposition, and that the same tragedy would be repeated if her boy was not left in the keeping of the Earl of Mar, who had, even in youth, proved himself well worthy the trust of being hereditary guardian of the Prince of Scotland and captain of Stirling Castle. It must lower the character of Anne of Denmark in the eyes of every one, both as woman and queen, that she was not to be convinced by these unanswerable inferences from the experience of the past, but preferred to indulge the mere instincts of maternity at the risk of involving her husband, her infant, and their kingdom in the strife and misery of unnatural warfare. The queen continued to torment herself and all around her with her grievances and jealousies regarding her eldest son, till her thoughts were for a time detached by the birth of her second child. In the words of our chronicle, "The queen was deliverate of a lady at Falkland, August 15th, 1596, who was baptized by the name of Elisabeth." The baptism took place at Holyrood, and the city of Edinburgh stood godmother to the Scottish princess, being represented by the person of the provost. Perhaps the provost's good dame would have been the more fitting representative of the mural godmother, the romantic city of Dunedin. The young princess was the name-child of Queen Elizabeth. She lived to be that beautiful queen of Bohemia, the Protestant heroine, whose adventures form so romantic an episode in the history of the 17th century, and who was the ancestress of our present royal family. The infant princess was given to the charge of Lord Livingstone, who, with his wife and family, had been devoted adherents of Mary, Queen of Scots. The Calvinistic Kirk murmured because Lady Livingstone was a Catholic. King James answered that he did not give the royal babe to her care, but to that of her husband, though it might have been answered that Lord Livingstone would scarcely know what to do with the infant without the agency of his lady. The ministers of the Kirk were exceedingly malcontent at this period, some of them refusing to pray for the queen, and others, when they did pray, did it in such a sort that it would have been more decent to have let it alone. "Good Lord," prayed Master Blake in the pulpit, "we must pray for our queen, for the fashion's sake, but we have no cause, for she will never do us ony good." He added, all the kings were "the divil's bairns," and that Queen Elizabeth was an atheist. The contumacious prayer maker was required to ask pardon for all these extraordinary aspirations, especially for having treasonably calumniated his Majesty's bedfellow, the Queen. Master Blake sturdily refused to ask her Majesty's pardon, and was banished, but a most notable broil was raised before peace was restored between the court and the Kirk. Anne of Denmark was always looked upon by the Presbyterians with a degree of angry jealousy, as a supporter of the Episcopal Church. She had been brought up a Lutheran, and she naturally leaned to that faith which best coincided with the tenets of her own religion. She seldom exercised any self-control respecting her preferences, and had probably incurred the ill will of the Kirk by expressing imprudent partiality. She appears, for many years of her life, to have been utterly ignorant of the art of governing either herself or others, or of calculating the probable consequences of her word and actions. Her chief fault was a passionate temper, which rendered her liable to fits of petulance, like a spoiled child. Her affections were, however, most enduring and tenacious, and when once she formed an esteem for anyone, she never deserted that person. If ever, says Sir James Melville, she found that the king had, by wrong information, taken a prejudice against any of his faithful subjects or servants, she always exerted herself to obtain information of the truth, that she might speak with the more firmness in their favor. As an instance, he mentions, that when his brother, Robert Melville, was disgraced by the king, the queen represented, that he had himself presented the brothers of the Melville family to her in her youth, as tried servants of his grand dame and his unfortunate mother, that he had recommended her to be guided by their advice, and she had found their truth and worth. The king listened to her remonstrances, and restored Sir Robert Melville to his good graces. The queen was brought to bed of a daughter at Dalkeith Palace, December 24, 1598. The venerable Mr. David Lindsay baptized the child by the name of Margaret in Holyrood Chapel. In preparation for the birth of this princess, King James ordered the following articles. Item, by his highness's precept, the furniture following made to the use of his dearest bedfellow, for in cradled to the bairn, 16 pounds. Item, for a chair, for the maestress nurse, 4 pounds. Item, for the seat at the feet. Item, to 4 stools for the rockers, 2 pounds. Item, to the wright's expenses passing to Dalkeith, to set up the work, and to the wright's childer in drink, silver. For the infant princess herself, there is little outlay, except for munches of laine, flannel night caps, and purling to hem the same. She died in infancy. In the same accounts occur many entries for silk stockings for the queen and her children, but they were called by the disagreeable name of silk shanks. A purchase was made for the Princess Elisabeth of "ane burst to straight or stroke her hair with," and this we verily believe to be no other than a hairbrush. A small piece of satin is charged to make the little princess a mask, and 2 babies or dolls bought for her to play with. As the century waned to a close, and Queen Elizabeth's years approached old age, the balance of power in the island began to incline, most unusually, towards the northern kingdom. Flattering intimations from the English nobility ever and anon arrived at the Scottish court, from the secret recognition, by some one or other among them, of James's hereditary right to their throne. He subsequently declared he possessed, for the last 7 years of Queen Elizabeth's reign, more power in the English Privy Council than that queen herself. This was but according to the law of retribution, for, during the chief part of that century, English intrigue had repeatedly revolutionized Scotland, and fostered therein a party and religion whose professed principles were those of democracy. The Ruthven party in Scotland was the germ of that republican faction which afterwards extended to England, and in the middle of the next century made the whole island empire shudder under the scourge of revolutionary anarchy. The early leader of the Democratic party in Scotland was the head of a family of respectable rank among the lower nobility of Scotland, named Ruthven, which subsequently attained the earldom of Gowrie. In 3 distinct assaults on the personal liberty of the sovereign, the family of Ruthven were the instigators and principals. The brutal conduct of Lord Ruthven to Mary Queen of Scots, when Rizzio was assassinated, is universally known. Then his son, the Earl of Gowrie, led the revolutionary movement, called the Raid of Ruthven, when her son, while yet a youth, was seized and held captive, till he effected his escape. Gowrie was beheaded, but his young sons were not deprived of his family property. The young Earl of Gowrie was educated in France, and his brothers and sisters were reared and educated at court, and given advantageous places about the person of the young queen when she first came to Scotland. Her attachment to two of them, Alexander and Beatrice, who had both grown up under her protection, has involved her name in a series of dark and obscure scandals, of which most readers have heard, but of which no history has ever traced the origin, or even defined the relative positions of the parties. It was very seldom that such a pertinacity of turbulence occurred as that manifested by 3 successive generations of the Ruthven family, without the persons agitating had some claims to royal descent and connection. It will be remembered that Henry VIII's sister, Margaret Tudor, Queen of Scotland, set him the example of his bigamies by marrying and putting away a plurality of husbands, and the Ruthvens claimed descent from a daughter of this queen by her third husband, Lord Methven. Genealogists declare that this daughter of Queen Margaret was the first wife of Lord Ruthven and died childless, but all the facts of the case strongly support the tradition that the Earl of Gowrie was her son, since the very circumstance that James VI bestowed personal patronage on the children of this his mortal foe, brought them up in his palace, and placed them about his queen, proves that they had claims of near relationship to him, though he could not, and would not, own them as princes of the blood royal of England. For if he had done so, he must have illegitimized his own father's descent, since the second husband of his great-grandmother, Queen Margaret, from whom Lord Darnley was descended, survived her third husband, Lord Methven. Subsequently, they could not both be her legal spouses, neither could the children of both marriages be legitimate. The domestic crimes of Henry VIII, it is well known, produced much bloodshed and civil calamity in England. Nor was Scotland without her share of the miseries of civil war, induced by the ill conduct of his sister. It is certain that the Ruthven family aided in 3 several insurrections, disturbing public peace, and occasioning more or less bloodshed, because it was supposed that they were a branch of the royal family, possessing certain reversionary rights on the English birthright of James VI, if he and his children were removed. Anne of Denmark has been implicated with the Gowrie plot, a mysterious conspiracy against the life of her husband, of which the young Ruthvens were the leaders. But she is only connected with it by a tie slight as a silver ribbon, according to the following tale of court gossip. One day, in the summer preceding the birth of Charles I, says a very scandalous chronicle, the queen was walking in the gardens of Falkland Palace with her favorite maid of honor, Beatrice, when they came up to a tree under which Alexander Ruthven, who was but a youth of 19, laid fast asleep, overcome by the heat, or violent exercise. The queen, it is said by some, and by others his sister, Beatrice Ruthven, tied a silver ribbon round his neck, which had been given to the queen by the king, and left him sleeping. Presently King James himself came by with his attendants. The silver ribbon caught his attention, and he bent over the sleeper and gazed on it very earnestly. The king, instead of waking Ruthven, who, by the way, was a gentleman of his own bedchamber, and asking him how he came by the ribbon, went his way, leaving the sleeper still sleeping. Back instantly came Beatrice Ruthven, who had been anxiously watching the demeanor of the king, twitched the ribbon from round her brother's neck, and fled, leaving him, it must be supposed, in a sleep so sound as the Celtic hero, Oscar, who could only be roused by a monstrous stone being hurled against his head. Meantime, Beatrice rushed into the queen's presence and threw this ribbon into a drawer, telling her majesty that her reason for doing so would be presently discovered. King James, directly after, entered on the scene, and demanded the sight of his silver ribbon, in the tone of Othello, asking for the faded handkerchief. But the Queen of Scotland, more lucky than Desdemona, quietly took out the silver ribbon from the drawer into which Beatrice had just shut it, and placed it in his hands. James examined it earnestly for some time, and then pronounced his oracular sentence in broad Scotch. "Evil take me, if like be not an ill mark." From this pantomimic story, the writers of the 17th century have drawn the inference that King James himself contrived the Gowrie plot against his own life, in order to revenge his jealous suspicions against the youth, Alexander Ruthven, and his queen. Yet, as the sister of the hero of the tale was concerned throughout the whole of the fantastic trifling with the silver ribbon, there is no reason to fix any stigma on the queen, or on anyone else. But those acquainted with the physiology of the plots of the 16th and 17th centuries will not be surprised that a great calumny should have as slight a foundation. To enter into the long details of the Gowrie plot here would be impossible. It is almost to this hour a subject of party discussion, and volumes of controversy have been written on the subject, the only advantage of which is that many particulars have been preserved as evidence on one side or the other, throwing light on the manners and customs of a very obscure epoch. In the endeavor to recriminate the Gowrie plot on the king's party by foreknowledge of the calamities awaiting the house of Ruthven, the following incident is related of the queen's pet maid of honor. Beatrice Ruthven was a girl of great vivacity and joyous spirits, more like the Beatrice of Shakespeare than the heroine of the Puritan party in Scotland. One day she was laughing at Dr. Harries, one of the magnates of the Scotch Episcopal Church, on account of his club foot, or as she called it, his bowet foot. When the doctor, annoyed at the discussion, took her hand, opened it, peered curiously into it, and said, "Mistress, leave laughing, for I see, ere long, that a sad disaster will befall you." The doctor merely meant to tame a teasing coquette by an unlucky prediction, which might mean anything, from the death of her lapdog to the loss of her lover. But, as the incident befell within 2 days of the miserable catastrophe of her brothers, Dr. Harries got the credit of being a deep wizard by one party, and foreknowledge of the Gowrie plot by the other. End of section 25. Section 26 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 2, Part 2. The Queen and her ladies had been, since the 2nd week of July, 1600, settled in her summer palace of Falkland, where the king joined them, meaning to reside there to hunt, during the month of August, in the neighbouring woods of Perth. The queen was awakened, much earlier than usual, by the king rising to go hunting, on the morning of the 3rd of August. While he was dressing in his hunting garb, she asked him, "Why he went out so early?" To which he replied, "That he wished to be astir betimes, as he expected to kill a prime buck before noon." This trifling incident the queen afterwards thought was prophetic of the bloodshed which occurred on that disastrous day. The king was certainly going hunting, but that was not his primary object. He had been informed by his gentleman of the bedchamber, young Alexander Ruthven, that a Jesuit with a bag of gold had just been seized near Perth, and was then detained at Gowrie House in that town, till the king would please to examine him, which he could do privately while refreshing from hunting. Such an incident was thoroughly in unison with the customary proceedings of that era, for, be it observed, that when any person, above the grade of a common robber, had a mind to a bag of gold found on a traveller, the most strenuous efforts were forthwith made to prove both traveller and gold to be Jesuitical. Meantime, King James, who reckoned on enjoying, besides his morning hunt, 2 prime diversions, being a controversial dispute with a recusant and counting over a bag of Spanish gold, slipped away from the chase at noon, and, with only an attendant or 2, came to Gowrie House in Perth. He was received by the Earl of Gowrie, young Ruthven's eldest brother, who had not long returned from the court of Queen Elizabeth. After dinner, on a sign from Alexander Ruthven, the king withdrew with him, expecting to be introduced to the Jesuit and his gold. In that idea, the king followed Alexander Ruthven, without suspicion, up various winding stairs and intricate passages, into a strong circular chamber, the prison hold of the Gowrie family. Here, instead of seeing the Jesuit and his gold, the king beheld a portentous figure of a gigantic man, clothed completely in black armor, while Alexander Ruthven cut off all retreat by locking the heavy door. He then made a murderous assault on the king, reproaching him with the death of his father, the late Earl of Gowrie. King James, who was unarmed, kept him at bay as well as he could, and the Black Giant took no part in the struggle. The king remonstrated with Alexander, told him that he was a child under tuition of a regent when the late Earl Gowrie was beheaded, and reminded him of the great affection the queen bore to Beatrice, and how kindly he himself had been treated during the whole of his reign. This discourse was of no avail. After a pause, young Ruthven made a second, more violent attack on the king, who would have been murdered but for the vigilance of his page or henchman, young Ramsay. The gallant youth, missing his royal master and mistrusting his hosts, was already searching for him through the intricate defiles of the house. While doing so, he heard the king's voice shouting for rescue. On this, Ramsay forced a turnstile, which guarded the way to some back stairs leading to a private door into the circular room, and appearing suddenly on the scene, flew at Alexander Ruthven and dragged him from the king's throat. King James had struggled manfully for his life. He had got to the window in the scuffle, shouting for help all the time, but the odds were still fearfully against him. For two of the Gowrie servants, with the earl himself, alarmed at Ramsay having forced the turnstile, rushed into the circular room to the assistance of young Ruthven, who was wounded and struggling with Ramsay. But one of the servants, not liking the task of king killing, aided King James. At this juncture, the rest of the royal hunting party had arrived, and were thundering at the great door of the circular chamber. The remainder of the narrative is supplied from the deposition, on oath, of the Duke of Lennox, the king's kinsman. He declared that he and the Earl of Mar and the rest of the royal hunt, being alarmed at missing the king, had, about 2 in the afternoon, galloped into Perth. They traced him to the neighbourhood of Gowrie House, and drew up near it, as he said, avising together quhere, or where, to seek our king when incontinent. Continueth this deponent. We heard a voice crying for help, and I said to the Earl of Mar, it is our king's voice that cries, be he quhere he may. And so they all lacked up to the window, where they saw his majesty, looking forth, without his hat. His face was red, and his hand sharply grippeth his cheek and mouth. The king cried, I am murtherit! Treason! Help! Help, Lord Mar! And incontinent I ran, with the Earl of Mar and company, up the front stairs leading into the Gowrie chamber where his majesty was, to have relieved him, but found the door of the chamber fast. But seeing a ladder standing beside, all rushed at the door with the ladder, evidently using it as a battering ram. When the steps of the ladder brake, and notwithstanding great forcing with hammers, they got not entry into the said chamber, till after the Earl of Gowrie and his brother Alexander were slain. Such is a brief account of the celebrated Gowrie conspiracy, which occasioned as great consternation in Scotland as the gunpowder plot did, some years subsequently, in England. It was dark before the tumult and confusion in Gowrie House, and the excitement of the alarmed populace of Perth subsided sufficiently for the king and his retinue to set out on their return to Falkland Palace. The night set in, black and gloomy, with howling wind and rain, but notwithstanding, all the people of Falkland swarmed out of their houses to meet their king on the road, running by his side with torches, and manifesting, by their acclamations, excessive joy at his escape from assassination. The rumour that the king had slain the Earl of Gowrie and his brother, Alexander Ruthven, was brought to the queen and Beatrice Ruthven, without any account of the rest of the particulars. Beatrice fell into agonies of grief for the loss of her brothers, and the queen, afflicted at the sufferings of her friend and the sudden death of a person who had been domesticated with her for 11 years, was found by King James crying piteously, instead of joyfully welcoming him and congratulating him on his narrow escape from death. Moreover, the queen, recalling the king's words in the morning when dressing, and being always most imprudent in uttering her feelings without due consideration, affirmed that Alexander Ruthven had been his victim, instead of a conspirator against his life. Such expressions naturally roused the jealousy and anger of King James, and certainly gave rise to most of the malicious aspersions on him in regard to the Gowrie plot. They were withal eagerly repeated by the party which had always been headed by the family of Ruthven. James found it hard to forgive the misplaced sympathy of his queen, and few who have read the circumstances can wonder at his displeasure. She who, when she had taken a notion into her head, was as pertinacious as himself, continued to assert as long as she lived, that nothing could make her believe that her young friends and affectionate attendants of the Ruthven family had been disloyal to King James. And whenever the matter was spoken of, she added, she hoped that heaven would not visit her family with its vengeance for the sufferings of the Ruthvens. Ruin of the most overwhelming kind fell on the unhappy survivors of the family of Ruthven. All their property was confiscated and their name abolished. Poor Beatrice, though not implicated in her dead brother's malfactions, was torn from her royal mistress and thrust out to utter destitution. The queen retired with a sorrowing heart to her palace at Dunfermline, and there, in very weak health, she awaited her accouchement, her sole diversion being the superintendence of her builders and decorators, who were giving the last finish to her improvements at that favourite abode. The king was, that autumn, engaged with his parliament, which sat in judgment, according to the ancient Scottish law, on the dead bodies of the two Ruthvens. The same day appointed for the quartering of their remains, her majesty brought in the world her second son, the 19th of November, 1600. When the news was brought to King James that the queen had presented him with a second son on the 19th of November, he made the following speech. I first saw my wife on the 19th of November on the coast of Norway. She bore my son Henry on the 19th of February, my daughter Elisabeth on the 19th of August, and now she has given birth at Dunfermline to my second son, on the anniversary of the day on which we first saw each other, the 19th of November, I being myself born on the 19th of June. There had certainly been some coolness between the king and queen before this auspicious event put him in a good humour. He immediately went to visit her at Dunfermline. He found her very ill, and the newborn prince so weak and languishing that his death was hourly expected. The king, therefore, ordered him to be baptized immediately, according to the rites of the Episcopalian Church of Scotland, giving him the name of Charles, which was in reality his own first name, and at the same time that of his uncle, Lord Darnley's brother, Lord Charles Stuart. The king rewarded the queen's attendants with his own hand, according to the following entry. November. Item, His Majesty's self, given out of his own hand, to Jonette Kinloch, midwife of her Majesty, £26, 13 shillings 4d, pounds Scots. Item, by his Majesty's special command, given to John Murray, for bringing the first news of the birth of Duke Charles, £16 Scots. The royal infant had a state baptism at Holyrood, for he was conveyed thither the month after his birth. December 1600. Item, to Abraham Abercrombie, saddler, for repairing her Majesty's litter gear the time of the Duke of Albany, that is Charles I, was transported fra Dunfermline to Holyrood House. Likewise, item, given in December to the heralds to be case in Firth, that is thrown to the populace, in sign of largesse, at the baptism of the Duke of Albany, Charles I. The new year opened more peacefully on the royal pair, and we find that King James became the customer of jingling Geordie, to the following effect. Item, pay it by commandment of his Majesty's precept to George Heriot, goldsmith, for ane jewel, wherewith his highness propinit his dearest bedfellow in a New Year's gift. The propin for Queen Anne cost £1,333 Scots. The infant Charles was nursed at Dunfermline under the care of Lord Fife. The young prince struggled with difficulty through the first years of his infancy, and while he remained in Scotland, suffered much from weak health. The Lord Treasurer's accounts speak much of a younger son of James and Anne, born the year after Charles I. This infant lived to have a grand baptism, and to receive the Christian name of his illustrious ancestor, Robert Bruce. Several quaint entries are found touching the baptism of Her Majesty's dearest bairn, Duke Robert. Her Majesty again received a propin or propitiation of jewelry, being appointed diamond, in May, before the baptism of Duke Robert. Isabel Colt, the maestress nurse, was likewise propitiated by her royal master with 10 ounces and a half of Tours taffeta for a gown, 4 ounces and a half of black velvet to be her skirt and to lay out the hem of her gown, and 1/4 of black velvet to ain much for her head. John Arnott, merchant burgess of Edinburgh, was to send to Dunfermline, for the use of the king's dearest son, Duke Robert, 1 silver plate and 1 silver spoon. 96 pounds Scots was case in firth amongst the people at the baptism of Duke Robert, in the name of Largus. Likewise, there is a most conscientious entry on the part of good King James to the following effect. Item to ane honest man in Dunfermline, for reparation of the scathe, whilk he sustaineth in his corns, at the rinning of the ring, after the baptism of his Majesty's son, Duke Robert. Perhaps it is as well to explain that the scathe or harm, which the honest man sustained, was in the corn on his ground, not the corns on his feet, the wording of the entry being rather ambiguous. Fortunately for Duke Robert, the next entry sums up the total of his small history. He was spared the woes attendant on the existence of a royal steward, by the following requisites being provided for his use and occupation. Item, pay it to Thomas Weir, pewterer, for an ane lead kist, and for expense for riding to Dunfermline, and for ane kist of Aiken timber, to lay Duke Robert in after his death. The time that intervened between the birth of Duke Robert and the death of Elizabeth was spent by the royal family of Scotland eagerly looking forward to the southern land of promise, these hopes being now and then enlivened by some enigmatical token that the King and Queen of Scotland would before long reign over the whole island. All the ambassadors' journals, private newsletters, and other documentary sources of intelligence, written in the course of the year 1602, are replete with dark hints that Anne of Denmark had been detected conferring with some persons concerned in a plot against her husband's life. The sole foundation of this report was her charity to the innocent and destitute survivors of the unfortunate family of Ruthven. Sir Thomas Erskine, who was commander of the King's Guard, and who hated the whole Ruthven faction heartily, discovered that the Queen had procured a secret interview with Beatrice, and had furnished her. This term, in the phraseology of that day, means provided her with necessaries and comforts. No doubt the unfortunate young lady greatly needed them, for when she was deprived of her place in the Queen's household, she lost at the same time every kind of maintenance. The Queen had a feeling heart, and to those desolate as the young Ruthvens, she often showed the most disinterested kindness and compassion, qualities which counterbalanced many flaws in her temper and errors in tact and judgment. The King, says a contemporary letter, has great suspicion that the Ruthvens come not but on some dangerous plot. The day of my writing last, he discovered that Mistress Beatrice Ruthven was brought to the Queen's apartments by my Lady Paisley, and the Mistress of Angus, Lady Margaret Douglas, as one of their gentlewomen, and stowed away till evening, in a chamber prepared for her by the Queen's direction, where her Majesty had much conference with her. This interview, which took place at Holyrood Palace, was detected by the vigilance of Sir Thomas Erskine, the King's cradle partner and playfellow, and now the valiant captain of his guards. Sir Thomas detested thoroughly the persons and party of the Ruthvens, and would not believe but that a fourth plot was concocting, when he detected that the poor desolate Beatrice was smuggled into the palace to be comforted and relieved by her affectionate royal patroness. He therefore flew, with the tale of his discovery, to the king, who likewise remained much affronted and aggrieved, and very suspicious of the interview, which it does not appear that either he or Sir Thomas Erskine ventured to interrupt. Beatrice Ruthven stayed in the Queen's apartments a day and night, and it is said they had many sad communings on the dreadful past, and that the Queen mentioned many secret surmises relative to the Gowrie plot, which being reported, much incensed the king, and must be considered an imprudent effervescence of feeling on the part of the queen, since it gave her husband's enemies some grounds for animadversion. Beatrice departed from her royal mistress laden with gifts, or, as the contemporary authority says, well furnished. In all probability, on account of her approaching marriage, for this desolate young lady was, soon after, honourably married to Sir John Home of Cowden Knowes. The king, who was at first very jealous of all that was going on, thought proper to reprove the queen severely for this affair. He likewise examined all her household, who were concerned in the introduction of Beatrice Ruthven, and at the end of this inquisition he declared, he found that no wrong had either been done or meant in the matter, and therefore resumed his usual affectionate manner to the queen. Such were the incidents on which the spies at the court of Scotland founded many calumnious hints against the queen in 1602. At last, the hour sounded which summoned Queen Elizabeth from this world, and which, at the same time, united the British Islands under one sovereignty. King James had long before established spies at the court of England, who, by a system of concerted signals, were to give him the earliest intimation of this great event, which was communicated to him by a near and favoured kinsman of Queen Elizabeth. The manner in which this news was conveyed to the Scottish court shall, however, be told in Sir Robert Carey's own words. It has already been shown in the biography of Queen Elizabeth how he had received the signal from the window of the royal chamber at Richmond, by means of his sister, Lady Scroop, that Queen Elizabeth had just expired. The race he rode with the news to King James is, perhaps, unexampled, except by Turpin, the highwayman. Very early on Saturday, says he in his Autobiography, I took horse for the north and rode to Norham about 12 at noon, so that I might have been with King James at supper time, but I got a great fall by the way that made me shed much blood. I was forced to ride at a soft pace after, so that King James was newly gone to bed by the time I knocked at his gate. I was quickly let in and carried up to his chamber. I kneeled by him and saluted him by his titles of King of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland. Other accounts add that Carey was a deplorable spectacle, his face being stained with blood from his fall, which he had not paused to wash away. The king, he continued, gave me his hand to kiss, and bade me welcome. He inquired of the manner of Queen Elizabeth's death and sickness. He asked what letters I had from the Privy Council. I told him none, yet I had brought him a blue ring from a fair lady, which I hoped would give him assurance that I reported the truth. He took it and looked upon it and said, it is enough. I know by this you are a true messenger. Then he committed me to the care of Lord Hume, charging him that I should want for nothing. He sent for his surgeons to attend me, and when I kissed his hand to withdraw, he said these gracious words, I know you have lost a near kinswoman and a loving mistress, but here take my hand. I will be as good a master to you, and will requite this service with honour and reward. The hurried expedition of Sir Robert Carey was quickly followed by an express from the English Privy Council, inviting King James to come to London and take possession of his hereditary right, as he had been proclaimed on the 24th of March, King of England, by the title of James I. When the hour of departing from his Scottish subjects arrived, although that hour had been eagerly anticipated by the king, the queen, and the whole Scottish people, as a wonderful exultation and advancement, it was found to be a very sorrowful event. The separation between Scotland and her monarch took place in a primitive manner, more like the parting of the father of a numerous family, who, having inherited a great estate, was to undertake a dangerous voyage to gain possession of it. The Sunday before he set out for England, King James escorted his queen from Holyrood to St. Giles' Church, which was crowded with the people of Edinburgh. The sermon was preached by a popular minister on the occasion of the king's departure. At the conclusion, King James rose up in his place and made a speech to his people, bidding them a most loving and piteous farewell. No formal official reply was made to an address which evidently sprang fresh from the heart, but the voice of weeping and loud lamentation responded to it, and resounded through the antique pile. King James commenced his journey to England April 5, 1603. He bade farewell to his queen in the High Street at Edinburgh. They both were dissolved in tears. The whole population of the metropolis of Scotland witnessed this conjugal parting, and now, anticipating all the tribulations of absenteeism, from which they afterwards suffered very long, the people lifted up their voices and loudly mourned the departure of their sovereign, and joined their tears to those of his anxious consort. When it is remembered how fatal England had been to all his immediate ancestors, it will be allowed that some physical as well as moral courage was needed by King James to enter the land in peaceful confidence, without any army or even means of resistance. His new subjects had occasioned, either actively or insipidly, the deaths of his mother and the kings of Scotland, her father and grandfather. Moreover, the strifes fostered by their intrigues had certainly induced the assassinations of his father, Lord Darnley, and his grandfather, the Regent Lennox. James, therefore, determined to try the experiment of entering England alone, without his family, not being willing to risk these dearest objects of his heart, before he had tested the loyalty of the South. Prince Henry he left, sedulously guarded by a strong garrison at the fortress of Stirling, under the care of the Earl of Mar. King James quitted Scotland too hastily to visit the prince, but he wrote to him a letter at his departure, which remains extant and is highly to his credit as a father. My son, that I see you not before my parting, impute to this great occasion, wherein time is so precious, but that shall, by God's grace, be recompensed by your coming to me shortly, and continual residence with me ever after. Let not this news make you proud or insolent, for a king's son ye are, and no more are ye yet. The augmentation that is hereby like to fall to you is but in cares and heavy burden. Be merry, but not insolent. Keep a greatness, but sine fastu. Be resolute, but not wilful. Be kind, but in honorable sort. Choose none to be your playfellows, but of honorable birth. And above all things, never give countenance to any, but as ye are informed they are in estimation with me. Look upon all Englishmen that shall come to visit you as your loving subjects, not with ceremoniousness as towards strangers, but with that heartiness which at this time they deserve. This gentleman, whom the bearer accompanies, is worthy and of good rank, and now my familiar servitor, probably Sir Robert Carey. Use him, therefore, in a more homely, loving sort than others. I send you herewith my book, lately printed, the Basilicon Doron, and study and profit in it as you would deserve my blessing, and as there can nothing happen unto you, whereof ye will not find the general ground therein, if not the particular point touched. So must ye level every man's opinions and advices with the rules there set down, allowing and following their advices that agree with the same, mistrusting and frowning upon them that advise you to the contrary. Be diligent and earnest in your studies, that at your meeting with me, I may praise you for your progress in learning. Be obedient to your master for your own weal, and to procure my thanks, for in reverencing him ye obey me and honor yourself. Farewell. Your loving father, James R. The commencement and conclusion of this letter are truly admirable in their noble truth and simplicity, and even the species of absolutism, in which the author king refers to his book lately printed, as the unalterable code of laws by which his boy of 10 years old was to regulate his mind and conduct, can scarcely be blamed when their relative situations are considered. It was entitled The Basilicon Doron, or His Majesty's Instructions to His Dearest Son, the Prince. Had it been written by any other man than the reviled James I, it would have been universally admired. It has, however, met with the approbation of Bacon, Locke, Hume, and Percy. The following sonnet, extracted from the preface, is a fair epitome of its precepts. In point of poetic construction, as Bishop Percy justly observes, it would not disgrace any author who was the contemporary of James. God gives not kings the style of gods in vain, for on the throne his scepter do they sway, and as their subjects ought them to obey, so kings should fear and serve their God again. If then ye would enjoy a happy reign, observe the statutes of our heavenly King, and from his law make all your laws to spring, If his lieutenant here you should remain. Reward the just, be steadfast, true, and plain. Repress the proud, maintaining aye the right. Walk always so, as ever in his sight, who guards the godly, plaguing the profane, and so shall ye in princely virtues shine, resembling right your mighty King divine. It has already been shown that the king did not mean to trust his volatile partner with the least political authority in case that a minority had occurred, and he was equally unwilling that the admirable education he was giving Prince Henry under the care of Adam Newton should be interrupted by her fondness and caprice. She had, however, her own peculiar plans in cognition, which she acted upon directly her husband was at a convenient distance. She was at that time in a situation which required consideration, but it was hoped that her journey might be safely accomplished before her accouchement, which was expected in June. When the king bade her farewell, he appointed her to follow him in 20 days, if affairs in England wore a peaceful aspect. In reality, the English not only received their new sovereign peacefully, but with a vehemence of affection which seemed to amount to mania. The excessive love of change which, in all ages, has been a leading propensity in the national character of our countrymen, sometimes manifests itself in these delirious fits of loyalty, which seldom last more than a few months, but are exceedingly deceptive to royal personages, who are thus, for a short time, unduly deified, and are very speedily, as unduly, vilified. The king's Scottish attendants were utterly astonished at the extravagant popularity of James in England, and he himself, to one of his old friends, made the pithy remark, "They people would spoil a good king." The fact was, no person gave the king any trouble at this important crisis of his life, excepting his queen, who without any criminal intention, but from mere folly and perversity, had nearly stirred up a rebellion in Scotland soon after his departure. It has been shown that the feelings of maternity amounted in the bosom of the queen to passion of an uncontrollable nature, and these feelings were newly excited by a letter written by her eldest son from Stirling, congratulatory on the peaceful possession his father had taken of his English inheritance. In this letter the royal boy naturally lamented his absence from both his parents, and expressed an ardent desire to see the one whom distance had not rendered inaccessible. Madam and most honoured mother, my humble service remembered, having occasion to write to the king, my father, by this accident, or opportunity, which has fallen out of late, I thought it became my duty by writing also to congratulate your majesty on the happy success of that great turn, almost above men's expectation, the which I beseech God to bless in the proceeding, as he has done in the beginning, to the still greater increase of your majesty's honour and contentment. And seeing by his majesty's departing, or departure, I will, or shall, lose that benefit which I had, by his frequent visitation, I must humbly request your majesty to supply the lack by your presence, which I have more just cause to crave, since I have wanted it so long, to my great grief and displeasure. To the end that your majesty by sight may have, as I hope, the greater matter or reason to love me, and I likewise may be encouraged to go forward in well-doing, and to honour your majesty with all due reverence, as pertains to me, who is your majesty's most obedient son, Henry. End of section 26. Section 27 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 2, Part 3. The king soon found that the presence of the Earl of Mar was necessary in England, because that faithful friend had been ambassador there in 1601, and had entered into such negotiations with the English courtiers of influence that he had secured the throne of his master. James, it seems, needed his personal attendance in order to ascertain the amount of the bribes promised. When Queen Anne was certain of the departure of Mar, whom she hated with all her heart, as the watchful sentinel who guarded her eldest son from the effects of her injudicious fondness. She thought she was mistress of the ascendant in Scotland, and set off immediately for Stirling Castle, accompanied by a strong party of the nobles of her faction, hoping to intimidate the old Countess of Mar into the surrender of the prince. Poor Lady Mar was in the utmost perplexity. She had, however, been accustomed to carry a firm command in the garrison of Stirling in somewhat worse times than the present. When formerly gouvernante of King James in his infancy, she had been used to see the powers of two hostile factions alternately gather at the base of the lofty towers of Stirling, raging for admittance and for the surrender of her young charge. It was not, therefore, very probable that her firmness would give way before any array, headed by a leader of no less prowess than Anne of Denmark. Lady Mar, therefore, flatly refused admittance to any of the queen's armed partisans, and when her majesty entered the castle with her usual officers and attendants, and prepared to take her son away, she declared that she had the king's warrant for retaining the prince under her charge. Until she saw equal authority for surrendering him, she must, perforce, keep him still. The queen threw herself into a tempest of passion at this refusal, and her delicate situation rendered such transports of temper peculiarly dangerous. All her attendants exclaimed loudly against Lady Mar's unprecedented wickedness in detaining the child from the mother. Lady Mar showed them the king's positive warrant for her conduct, and said, she dared not disobey it. The queen threatened force, and some say, swords were actually drawn. The stormy scene ended by the queen becoming hysterical, and she was carried lamenting to the royal apartments in the castle. Lady Mar instantly dispatched messengers to the king in England and to the council at Holyrood, craving positive orders and directions for her conduct at this juncture. The queen roused herself from her fit and wrote her version of the affair, and dispatched special messengers both to the king in England and to the Scotch council. When the queen's letters arrived at Holyrood, a deputation from the council hurried to Stirling Castle. No very distinct detail exists as to what her majesty said or did when they arrived, excepting that they were all in the utmost consternation at the passions into which she was pleased to throw herself, when she found that they would not enforce her commands, and take her son from the guardianship of Lady Mar. The end of all these furious agitations was, that she became so extremely ill that her life was despaired of for many hours, and that she was put to bed of a son, born prematurely and dead. The queen's almoner, Spottiswoode, afterwards Archbishop of Glasgow and the historian of the Scottish Church, set off with his bad news to the king, and was charged with a dismal list of her complaints and injuries. But this worthy ecclesiastic was far from flattering the whims of his royal mistress, or ranking himself among the partisans of her rash and unreasonable conduct. Lady Mar and the lords of the council, who were at Stirling, seemed in equal danger of being considered answerable for the death of the infant prince and the perilous state of the queen. Lord Montrose, one of the king's most trusted councillors, wrote a piteous letter of exculpation, dated May 10th, to his majesty, affirming most truly that the queen's expedition to Stirling was no fault of his. Lord Fife, the president of the council, wrote another dispatch, which is surely a most naive and amusing document. The conclusion evidently shows that he had promised that the froward patient should have her own way, such promises being, however, subject to the revision of his majesty's own oracular decisions. I was at Dunfermline, wrote his faithful counsellor and friend, when this stir fell forth, and came not to Stirling till I was sent for by her majesty, who was then in the extremity of her trouble, which state would not admit, all that good reason might have furnished, to ony one of us to be said to her majesty, your highness's advocate chanced to be with her majesty at the very worst. Now your highness has had proof before of his wit and good behaviour, but at sic a time, in sic an accident, and to sic a person, what could he do or say? He was not ignorant of the great care and tender love your majesty has to her highness's royal person, and to dispute what reason or wisdom would urge, was but the way to incense her majesty farther against us all, and to augment her passion to greater peril, Quilk, he was certain, would have annoyed your majesty above all, and might have been justly impute to lack of discretion on his part. All being weighed, the best expedient was to comfort and encourage her majesty, and to give her good heart. This considerate man sums up the case in these words: Physic and medicine requireth greater place with her majesty at present than lectures on economy or politic. Perhaps meaning political economy, and this was undeniably true. Her majesty's passions could not be saw will mitigate and moderate as by seconding and obeying all her directions. Quilk alway is subject to our sacred majesty's answers and resolves as oracles. It is a bold assertion, but surely never was any man in this world more thoroughly plagued with the petulant contradictions of a silly, spoiled wife than poor King James at such an important crisis. When the news arrived of the Queen's dangerous illness and the disaster that had befallen his expected offspring, all anger was lost in the conjugal tenderness, which, as Lord Fife plainly declared, he bore to his perverse partner. He had just been received with enthusiastic loyalty in London, where he was anxiously expecting his faithful Earl of Mar. He was, nevertheless, so much troubled with the news from Scotland that he begged his cousin, the Duke of Lennox, whom he greatly trusted, to hasten home to the north, that he would meet Mar on the road, and when he met him, he must beg of him to return to Stirling in his company and pacify the Queen as well as he could. This was an awkward commission, for Lennox and Mar were rivals in the king's favor, and leaders of different factions. The king sent, at the same time, a letter to Mar, which he was to deliver to the Queen, authorizing her to receive the prince into her own custody at the palace of Holyrood. The Earl of Mar and the Duke of Lennox met at York, and travelled on this errand to Stirling, where the very name of the poor Earl of Mar threw the royal patient into a fresh access of rage. She was so very ill on the 12th of May that the council wrote thus to the king: We thought it our duty, hearing of her majesty's disease, to repair in haste to your castle of Stirling, where, we remain, put in good hope of her majesty's convalescing shortly, and being met and convened in council, the Earl of Mar, lately returned from the court at London hither, did affirm he had received information that it was the intention of certain evil-disposed persons to seize the person of the prince. Such was indeed the case. The violent controversies at Stirling had roused the seditious spirit of the Scottish nobility into activity, and meetings were held at Torwoodley by large bodies of the leading gentry to prevent the heir of Scotland being carried to London, for they chose he should remain in the north and be brought up as a Scotchman. The king had sent orders that the great point of giving up the prince was to be yielded to the Queen, but her majesty was by no means contented with having obtained her own way, which we humbly opine that every lady ought to be. She refused to receive the prince if he was delivered to her by the Earl of Mar, refused to see the earl or let him present her with the king's credentials on the subject, and she refused to depart from Stirling to Edinburgh, either with the prince or without him, if the Earl of Mar travelled in the prince's company. But Mar was forced to do so, since his commission specified that he was not to yield up his important charge till they all arrived at Holyrood. Montrose again wrote to his royal master, pathetically demanding, in broad Scotch, how all these new freaks of her majesty were to be guided. I most humbly beseech our highness, wrote this worthy lord of the council, to provide remands, how the Queen's grace may rest contented, and the Earl of Mar exonerate of that great charge that lies on him, of the said prince, and some order to be taken, how this controversy, likely to arise among the nobility, may be settle it and pacify it. Whereat, I doubt not, Sour Majesty will foretell a means to help the same, according to the wonted proof of Sour Majesty's wisdom and foresight, kith heretofore in sick matters. Quilk, as we adore and admire, so we rest sorry and discontent to be so far remove it and separate it from the same. This quaint dispatch, together with some others, written by the aggrieved Erskines, complaining that they were accused by the Queen and her faction of unheard of barbarities, committed against the royal person, at length put the much enduring monarch into a towering passion. He swore a great many oaths, swearing being, indeed, his besetting sin, and wrote forthwith a letter of remonstrance to his perverse better half, garnished, it must be owned, with more expletives than is becoming to its style. Otherwise, the letter is both rational and affectionate. It was in reply to a series of recriminations and complaints written to him by his angry helpmate, which is not forthcoming. James I to Anne of Denmark. My heart, immediately before the receipt of your letter, I purposed to have written to you, and that without any great occasion, excepting to free myself from the imputation of severeness, but now your letter has given more matter to write, though I take small delight to meddle in so unpleasant a process. I wonder that neither your long knowledge of my nature, nor my late earnest purgation or exculpation to you, can cure you of that rooted error, that any one living dare speak to me anywise to your prejudice, or yet that ye can think those are your unfriendes, or enemies, who are true servants to me. I can say no more, but protest, on the peril of my salvation or condemnation, that neither the Earl of Mar, nor any flesh living, ever informed me that ye was upon any papish or Spanish course, or that ye had any other thoughts than a wrong-conceived opinion, that he had more interest in your son than you, and would not deliver him to you. Neither does he further charge the noblemen that are with you there, except that he was informed that some of them thought to have assisted you in taking my son by force out of his hands. But as for any papist or foreign force, he doth not so much as allege it. Wherefore, he says, he will never presume to accuse them, since such may include your offense. Therefore, I say over again, leave these froward, womanly apprehensions, for I thank God, I carry that love and respect to you, which, by the law of God and nature, I ought to do my wife, and the mother of my children. Not for that ye are a king's daughter, for whither, or whether, ye were a king's or a cook's daughter, ye must be alike to me, being once my wife. For the respect of your honorable birth and descent I married you, but the love and respect I now bear you is, because ye are my married wife, and so partaker of my honor, as of my other fortunes. I beseech you, excuse my rude plainness in this, for casting up of your birth is a needless impertinent argument to me. From this observation it is evident Queen Anne had urged her royal birth as a reason why she was to have her own way in this irrational whim. James, who was clearly in the right, proceeds in terms which do great honor to him as a husband, for the very homeliness of his appeal to his domestic affections proves they were felt in the royal family with the same force as in private life. God is my witness that I ever preferred you to my bairns, much more than to any subject. But if you will ever give ear to the reports of every flattering sycophant that will persuade you, that when I account well of an honest and wise servant for his true and faithful service to me, that it is to compare or to prefer him to you, then will neither ye or I ever be at rest or peace. I have, according to my promise, copied so much of that plot or plan, whereof I wrote to you in my last, as did concern my son and you, which is herein enclosed, that ye may see I wrote it not without cause, but I desire it not to have any secretaries but yourself. As for the duel or lamentations ye made concerning it, it is utterly impertinent at this time, for sick reasons, as the bearer will show to you, whom I have likewise commanded to impart divers other points to you, which, for fear of wearying your eyes with my rugged hand, I have herein omitted, praying God, my heart, to preserve you and all the bairns, and send me a blithe meeting with you and a couple of them. Your on, James. The queen was neither penitent nor satisfied on perusing this letter. She continued her displeasure against the Earl of Mar, and proposed that the whole house of Erskine should be visited with condign punishment, or that the Earl of Mar should make her a humble public apology. This the earl sturdily refused to do, for the Council of Regency declared, that none of the Erskine family had done her majesty the least wrong, or given her any offense, excepting in the course of their most dutiful and loyal obedience to the king. With which decision, her majesty was pleased to remain more incensed than ever. The king then penned another letter to his wife, which was, no doubt, a royal curiosity in its way, but unfortunately it is not forthcoming. It was to the effect that she would do wisely to forget all her grudges to the Earl of Mar, and think nothing but thanking God for the peaceable procession they had got of England, which, next under God, might be ascribed to the wise negotiation of the Earl of Mar. The queen received this intimation with great wrath, and replied petulantly, she would rather never see England than be in any sort beholden to the Earl of Mar. If the king had not tenderly loved his consort, she could not thus have risked the quiet of his two kingdoms by her petulant tempers. He had, nevertheless, the justice to adhere to his trusty friends, the Erskines, in the dispute. He wrote to Lord Mar a letter, dated Greenwich, May 13th, in reply to one of his, stating that the queen would not receive the prince from him, nor the letter from his majesty, of which he was the bearer. As for our letter sent by you to our dearest bedfellow, it is our will that ye deliver the same to any of the council, to be given to her and disposed of as she pleaseth, in case she continue in that wilfulness that she will not hear your credit or credentials, nor receive the letter from your hands. He then directed Mar to deliver the prince to the Earl of Lennox, who would consign him, with all due ceremonies, to the queen, and come with all speed to him in London, where he wanted his presence exceedingly. This prudent arrangement somewhat pacified the queen, who removed forthwith to Holyrood, and began to occupy herself with preparations for leaving Scotland. While King James was on his progress through England, and before his arrival in London, a curious correspondence had taken place between him and the English Privy Council relative to his queen's outfit. From these documents the inference is plainly to be drawn that her majesty's Scottish wardrobe was altogether considered unfit to be produced before the purse-proud magnates of the southern kingdom. In consequence, the king commanded the English council to forward such jewels and stuffs and other furniture as coaches, horses, and litters, which had pertained to the late Queen Elizabeth, and all things which they might deem fit for the use of Queen Anne. The English council viewed this demand with remarkable distrust, and sent word that they considered it illegal and against their oaths to send any of the crown jewels out of England. The consequence was they sent nothing. The king wrote a second letter to them on the same subject, full of reproof and explanation. He declared that it was his intention to bring into England his wife and his two elder children, who were able to endure the long journey, that he neither expected nor demanded to have any of the state jewels appertaining to the crown sent so far, but he wished the council to consult some of Queen Elizabeth's ladies regarding the jewels and dress needful for the ordinary appareling and ornamenting her. He likewise requested that, as soon as Queen Elizabeth's funeral was over, some of her ladies of all degrees were to journey to Berwick to meet Queen Anne with such usual jewels and dresses as were proper for her appearance in England. This was accordingly done. By the 2nd of June, Her Majesty Queen Anne found herself sufficiently recovered from her maladies in body and temper to commence her journey to England. She set off, however, in a most implacable spirit towards the Earl of Mar. Therefore Montrose, that considerate counsellor, thought it only proper to give his majesty a seasonable hint regarding the mischief which might be made between his majesty and his faithful adherents, when this angry and beloved consort came to give her version of her affronts and injuries to him in person. And now her majesty, wrote Montrose, in a dispatch dated June 1st. Praised be God, having returned to Edinburgh, the prince and princess being with her in company, intending the morn, or next morning, to take journey to Berwick, rests as yet unreconciled with the Earl of Mar, who has made his departure to your highness. Which wrath of the queen's grace, if it be not appeased, not doubt the uttering of her discontentments will breed small pleasure to sour majesty. But lest her highness's wrath continuing, sould hereafter produce unexpected tortures, broils and heart-burnings, I would most humbly entreat sour majesty to prevent the same, according to that prudent foresight, heretofore kithit in your former proceedings, and not suffer this canker to have any farther progress." The queen, like most weak women, had been kept in a thorough state of exasperation by listening to all the gossip connected with this broil, and had been peculiarly enraged by a report current in Scotland, that she had not been put to bed of any child, dead or alive. To convince the king of this falsehood, the corpse of her infant was carried in a coffin with her royal cortege. The Lord Harrington was consigned the care of the Princess Elisabeth, her former guardian, Lord Linlithgow, having resigned his charge to that English nobleman. This was done at the same time that the prince was given to his royal mother by the Duke of Lennox. The second prince, baby Charles, as the king and queen familiarly termed him, was left in Scotland at the Queen's Palace at Dunfermline, under the care of Lord Fife, who wrote the following droll dispatch descriptive of the princely nursling about the same period. "Sour sacred majesty's maist noble son, Duke Charles, continues, praised be God, in good health, good courage, and lofty mind, although yet weak in body, is beginning to speak it some words. He is far better, or forwarder, as yet of his mind and tongue, than of his body and feet, but I hope in God, he shall be all weal and princely, worthy of zour majesty, as his grace is judged to be by all, very like in lineaments to zour royal person." The spirit of contradiction which had taken possession of Her Majesty Queen Anne in Scotland was not altogether removed, for when the ladies met her at Berwick with the dresses and jewels of their defunct Queen Elizabeth, she refused to appoint any of them, excepting Lady Bedford, to offices in her bedchamber, though such were the king's orders. She meant to retain the friends and familiars she had had about her since her girlhood in Scotland, and these she was determined should suffice for her household in England. She chose to keep her chamberlain Kennedy in his place, against the king's express injunctions. Enough had been seen by King James of the English jealousy of strangers to convince him that his new subjects would not suffer the principal posts in the royal household to be occupied by the Scotch. He appointed Sir George Carew to the post of Queen's Chamberlain. Her Majesty persisted in retaining Kennedy. The Queen's household was to be settled at Berwick, in order that the English might behold her with all the accustomed retinue pertaining to queen consorts. But the Queen and her husband could not agree regarding the persons who were to be appointed. The Queen kept sending a number of applicants to be confirmed in places, which her royal spouse had destined for other persons. His Majesty swore awfully at the arrival of every one of the Queen's candidates, but when Kennedy presented himself to be confirmed as chamberlain, he flew into a still more ludicrous passion. He bade him be gone, assuring him at the same time that if he caught him carrying the chamberlain's staff before his wife, he should take it out of his hand and break it across his pate. On this intimation of the royal intentions, Kennedy very prudently made the best of his way back again to Scotland. The Duke of Lennox, who had taken much thankless pains in travelling backwards and forwards, with the laudable endeavour of arranging Her Majesty's household to the king's satisfaction, received a severe rating on this occasion and was sent to the borders to inform the Queen that His Majesty took her continued perversity very heinously. In fact, Henry VIII would have cut off the heads of 2 or 3 wives for a tithe of the contumacity Her Majesty Queen Anne had been pleased to display since she had become Queen of England. She was, however, perfectly aware of the disposition of her man and of her own power over him, and arrived at Berwick with the full intention of settling her household of ladies according to her own good pleasure, if she could not have her own way in regard to her chamberlain. At Berwick she found waiting her arrival the Earls of Sussex and Lincoln, and Sir George Carew, who was to be her chamberlain, the Countesses of Worcester and Kildare, and the Ladies Scroop, Rich, and Walsingham. but not one of these would the queen appoint to her service. She only accepted Lady Bedford and Lady Harrington, who had travelled all the way to Edinburgh of their own accord to pay their duty to her. It was the king's intention to have met the queen at York, but either his displeasure continued at her contrary temper, or she moved forward quicker than he anticipated, for the meeting did not occur till she had advanced to the Midland counties. Silver cups, heaped with gold angels, were the propitiations with which the northern cities welcomed the queen and family of their new sovereign. Queen Anne, her son and daughter, were received in York with solemn processions of the Lord Mayor and civic authorities. They stayed there till the Whitsuntide, and when they left the city June 15th, were conducted on the road to Grimston by the Corporation of York in their robes. The royal party took their way through Worksop, Newark, and Nottingham, being splendidly entertained at each of these places. At Dingley, near Leicester, the seat of Sir Thomas Griffin, Her Majesty tarried for some time, as this was the appointed place for her parting with her daughter Elisabeth, who was to go from thence to Combe Abbey, near Coventry, the seat of the Harringtons. It was to Dingley that the celebrated Anne Clifford, heiress of the earldom of Cumberland, came to pay her homage to her new queen. This lady seemed to have brought with her a considerable stock of north of England prejudices against the Scotch, for she affirms that while waiting to pay her respects to the king in the royal antechamber, which was guarded by Sir Thomas Erskine, she and her party were infested with insects of a class in entomology too disreputable to be named in modern times, either by word of mouth or book. The fair Clifford, however, called the creatures by their ugly names without any such scruples. About this time, says Anne Clifford in her journal, my aunt of Warwick went to meet the queen, having Mistress Bridges with her, and my cousin, Mistress Anne Vavasour. Then my mother and I went on our journey, and killed 3 horses that day with the extremity of the heat. At Rockingham Castle, the Cliffords met the Countess of Bedford, who was so great a woman with the queen that every one much respected her, she having attended Her Majesty from Scotland. The next day they were presented to the queen at Dingley, which was the first time, continues Anne Clifford, I ever saw Her Majesty and Prince Henry, where she kissed us all and used us kindly. Queen Anne's court had increased prodigiously during her journey. Lady Suffolk, Lady Derby, and Lady Walsingham came to pay their duty to her at Dingley. On the morning of the 25th of June, the queen parted from her daughter Elisabeth, who left Dingley in company with her governesses, Lady Kildare and Lady Harrington, for Combe Abbey, near Coventry, the seat of Lord Harrington, where she resided during her youth and completed her education. The following letter, without date, written to King James by the Queen during this progress, is the first she wrote in England. Her letters, though short, are all holographs, or written throughout with her own hand. It will be recollected that in James's admirable letter of remonstrance to her, written during her pettish behaviour, he had properly requested that when she wrote to him she would employ no secretary but herself. There is always to be found a shade of familiar playfulness in Anne's little notes, without she was in a very bad temper indeed, and this letter shows she had regained her good humour. Queen Anne to King James. My heart, I am glad that Haddington hath told me of your Majesty's good health, which I wish to continue. As for the blame you charge me with, of lazy writing, I think it rather rests on yourself, because you be as slow in writing as myself. I can write of no mirth but of practice of tilting, of writing, of drumming, and of music, which is all, wherewith I am not a little pleased. So wishing your Majesty perpetual happiness, I kiss your Majesty's hand, and rest your Anna R. The next station of the royal progress was Althorpe, where an exquisite feat, aided by all the ideality of Ben Jonson's genius, was in course of preparation to welcome the queen. No painted canvas or coarse theatrical illusions accompanied this first masque of the mighty master. The scenery was the magnificent woodlands of an English park. Instead of boards was the velvet green sward underfoot, and in the place of evil-smelling lamps The glorious lights of heaven beamed down through the midsummer night on the masque of the fairies. The queen, the heir of England, and the heir of Spencer were themselves part of the dramatis personae in this poetic welcome. Never, never more can our island behold the like. The world has grown too old, too hard, too much addicted to bitter sneering, to permit poetry to blend thus exquisitely with historical reality in our days. The queen rested during the heat of the day at the antique royal palace of Holdenby, which she examined. The intense heat of that midsummer forced the royal party to proceed, in the coolness of the evening, to Althorpe. That night, says Anne Clifford, we went along with the queen's train, in which was an infinite number of coaches. 4 miles from Northampton, they arrived at Althorpe. As the royal cortege advanced through the park, concerts of wind instruments played at various stations, and as they approached a copse of young wood near the gardens, the masque of the fairies was commenced by a satyr perched in a tree, who thus expressed himself. Here, there, and everywhere, some solemnities are near. As these changes strike mine ear, my pipe and I a part will bear. He then leaped down from the tree and peered in the faces of Prince Henry and the Queen, then resumed. That is Sir Paris's face, and the dame hath Syrinx grace. Sure they are of heavenly race. He then hid himself in the woods again, while, to the sound of soft music, hidden in the copse, a bevy of fairies and their queen, who were acted by the fairest young ladies of Northamptonshire, appeared, and after dancing various rundles on the park sward, Queen Mab addressed her majesty. Hail and welcome, fairest queen, joy hath never perfect been to the fays that haunt this green, had they not this evening seen. Now they print it on the ground, with their feet in figures round, marks which ever will be found. The satyr peeped out of the thicket, and interrupted Mab by saying to the queen, Trust her not, you bonny belle, she will 40 leases tell. Queen Mab. Satyr, we must have a spell for your tongue, it runs too fleet. I do know your pranks right well. Satyr. Not so nimbly as your feet. When about the cream bowl sweet, you and all your elves do meet. This is Mab, the mistress fairy, that doth nightly rob the dairy. She can start our Franklin's daughters in their sleep with shrieks and laughters, and on sweet Agnes's night feed them with a promised sight, some of husbands, some of lovers, which an empty dream discovers. And in hopes that you would come here, yester eve, the Lady Summer, she invited to a banquet. Fairy. Mistress, this is only spite, for you would not yesternight kiss him at the cock-shut light. Queen Mab. Fairies, pinch him black and blue, now you have him, make him rue. The fairies pinched him, and he ran away, crying for mercy, into the wood. Queen Mab then addressed her majesty. Pardon, lady, this wild strain, common to the sylvan train, that do skip about this plain. Elves, apply to your gyre again, and while some do hop the ring, some shall play, while some shall sing Oriana's welcoming. Song to the Queen. This is she, in whose world of grace every seasoned person place that receives her happy be. For with no less than a kingdom's happiness doth she our households bless, and ours above the rest. Long live Oriana, take speed, whom she succeeds, our late Diana. The masque then led to the desirable incident of presenting the queen with a jewel, which was thus elegantly effected. Queen Mab. Madam, now an end to make, deign a simple gift to take, only for the fairy's sake, who about you still shall wake. 'Tis done only to supply his impaired courtesy, who since Thamara did die, hath not brooked a lady's eye, nor allowed about his place any of the female race. Only we are free to trace all his grounds, as he to chase, for which bounty to us lent of him, unacknowledged or unsent, we prepared this compliment. Mab then presented her majesty with the jewel, and after due wearing, the fairy gifts were never to be mentioned. She and her elves performed fantastic rondels, and departed into the thicket, with these words. Highest, happiest queen, farewell, but be sure you do not tell. The satyr, on the departure of his fair enemies, then skipped out of the wood, and after some preamble introduced the heir of Sir Robert Spencer, a boy of 12 years old, leading a dog at the head of a troop of young foresters, the sons of the neighbouring gentry, dressed in hunter's garb. The youthful lord was presented to Prince Henry, and made obeisance to his royal guests, while the satyr pronounced these words. See, for instance, where he sends his son, his heir, who humbly bends low, as is his father's earth, to the queen that gave you birth. Rise up, sir, I will betray all I think you have to say, that your father gives you here, freely as to him you were, to the service of this prince, and with you these instruments of his wild and sylvan trade. The bow was Phoebe's, and the horn by Orion often worn. The dog of Spartan breed and good, as can ring within a wood, thence his name is. You shall try how he hunteth instantly, but perhaps the queen your mother rather doth affect some other sport than coursing. We will prove which her highness most doth love. Hunters, let the woods resound, they shall have their welcome crowned with a brace of bucks to ground. At this point, the woods of Althorpe rang with the music of horns, and a brace of fine deer being turned out, were fortunately killed, adds Ben Jonson, just as they were meant to be in the sight of Her Majesty Queen Anne. End of section 27. Section 28 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 2, Part 4. The next day was Sunday, and it was emphatically noted that the Queen rested. The little rest there was for her on the morrow, when the population of the mid-counties thronged to Althorpe and sought audience in such numbers that the rest of Ben Jonson's entertainment could not be seen or heard. A comic address was prepared, to be spoken by Nobody, who ushered in a ballet of country morris dancers. Nobody was attired in a pair of trunk hose, which came up to his neck. His arms were put through the pockets. His face was extinguished with a hat that came down to his chin. His address commenced with, If my outside move your laughter, pray Jove, my insides be thereafter. Queen, prince, duke, earls, countesses, you courtly pearls, and I hope no mortal sin, if I put less ladies in. Fair, saluted by ye all, at this time it doth befall. We are ushered to a morris, a kind of mask, whereof good store is, in the country hereabout. But here the throng of country gentry, pressing to pay their homage to their new queen, overwhelmed the morris dancers above mentioned, and reduced Mr. Nobody to his original insignificance, by cutting short the remainder of his harangue. There was likewise an address to the queen, prepared for a youth who headed a deputation of boys, the sons of the neighbouring gentry. And will you then, mirror of queens, depart? Shall nothing stay you? Not my master's heart, which pants to lose the comfort of your light, and see his day, ere it be old, grow night? Prince Henry was then addressed. And you, dear lord, on whom my eager eye doth feed itself, but cannot satisfy. Oh, shoot up fast in spirit as in years, then when upon her head proud England wears her stateliest tire, you may appear thereon the richest gem, without a paragon. Shine bright and fixed as the Arctic star, and when slow time hath made you fit for war, look over the salt ocean, and think where you may but lead us forth, who grow up here, against a day when our officious swords shall speak our actions better than our words. Such was the first introduction to Anne of Denmark of the poetic genius of her era, which shone so brightly during the reigns of her husband and her son. To do her justice, she appreciated the noble powers of him who was only second to Shakespeare. Ben Jonson was henceforth the Queen's poet par excellence, and the author of most of the beautiful masques with which she afterwards amused her court. From Althorpe continues the journal of Lady Anne Clifford. The queen went to Sir Hatton Femers, where the king met her, and there were such an infinite company of lords and ladies and other people that the country scarcely could lodge them. From thence the court removed, and were banqueted, with great royalty, by my father, George, Earl of Cumberland, at Grafton, where the king and queen were entertained with speeches and delicate presents. Grafton, the ancient royal seat, so linked to the memory of Queen Elizabeth Woodville, was now the property of that splendid noble, George Clifford, Earl of Cumberland, who in a singular manner distinguished himself on land and sea, as chevalier at tournaments, ruffling gallant at court, gambler, author, pirate, and maritime discoverer. It may rationally be supposed that the woman who owed him was to be pitied. Such indeed was the case, for a few curious scenes took place at Grafton, illustrative of the matrimonial infelicity of the redoubted Clifford of Cumberland's wedded lady, while Anne of Denmark sojourned there. The Countess of Cumberland, who had previously been received by her Majesty very graciously, joined the royal party at Grafton, thinking that her lord, at such a time, could not deny her the proper privilege of doing the honours of her own house. She was mistaken. Earl George merely tolerated the presence of the wife whom he hated. My mother was at Grafton, says her daughter, Lady Anne, but not held as the mistress of the house, by reason of the difference between my lord and her, which was grown to a great height. Besides playing the courteous host to his royal guests, Earl George found time nearly to demolish Henry Alexander, one of their Majesty's Scottish favourites, who ventured to break a lance with Clifford of Cumberland in the jousts, which formed part of the entertainment, stirring employments for the hottest midsummer that ever shone on a royal progress. Lady Cumberland found no shelter for the night of the festival at Grafton, and took refuge with her daughter at Dr. Challoner's of Amersham, an old friend of her father, the Earl of Bedford. The next day, continues Lady Anne, the queen went to a gentleman's house, where there met her many great ladies, to kiss her hand. It was at Salden House, the seat of the Fortescues. The principal ladies were the Marchioness of Winchester and the Countesses of Northumberland and Southampton. Lady Anne Clifford observes elsewhere, that Queen Anne gave great dissatisfaction for slighting the stately old dames of Elizabeth's court, and bestowing all her attention on young, sprightly women of her own age. This, if impolitic, was by no means unnatural, since Anne was but 28 when she became Queen of England. The royal progress ended at Windsor Castle, where the king held a solemn chapter of the Garter, July 2nd, when he made his son, Prince Henry, Knight of the Order, with the Duke of Lennox and other nobles. Half a century had elapsed since a king of England had held one of these high festivals. The prince was presented to his royal mother in his robes of the Garter, which he was considered especially to become. The queen's brother, the King of Denmark, was likewise elected to the order. The Princess Elisabeth and Lady Anne Clifford stood together in the shrine, in the great hall, to behold the feast, but it does not seem that the queen, her daughter, or ladies appeared in any way at this celebration, excepting as spectators. The queen held a great court at Windsor, where all the nobility of England were presented to her. The unhealthy state of the metropolis kept the court at a distance, the great heat of the weather having produced many instances of the plague. The very day of the Great Garter Festival, the hatred and jealousy, which had, during the progress, begun to show itself between the English and Scottish nobles, broke out, and some very sharp quarrels took place, while they were settling themselves in their several lodgings in the royal castle, and when these feuds were, with much exertion, pacified, the very next day the English nobles began to quarrel among themselves, and not only with one another, but with the queen herself. She, instead of feeling her way on the unknown ground, and with delicate tact, accommodating differences instead of inflaming them, plunged boldly at once into a stock dispute, on which feuds still ran high, and expressed her opinion of the rash conduct of the late Earl of Essex. The queen's observation was ungracious, if not ungrateful, for Essex had been a faithful supporter of King James's title to the throne of England. Lord Southampton, the friend of Essex, took fire and retorted fiercely, that if her majesty made herself a party against the friends of Essex, of course they were bound to submit, but none of their private enemies durst thus have expressed themselves. Lord Grey of Wilton, a professed enemy of Essex, imagined that this defiance was peculiarly addressed to him. He made a sharp reply. The lie was exchanged on the spot between these fiery spirits in the queen's presence, and a personal combat was likely to ensue. The queen, who was not celebrated for much foresight, had certainly not calculated on the result of her observation. She was astonished at the storm her careless words had raised on a sudden, but, nevertheless, assumed a tone of royal command, bade the belligerents remember where they were, and, forthwith, ordered them off to their sleeping apartments, escorted by a guard. This was by no means a prosperous commencement of the career of Anne of Denmark as Queen of England. The next day the delinquents were ordered into the council chamber at Windsor, and were severely lectured by the king for the wrong and injury they had offered to her majesty. They were, as a punishment, confined for a short time in the Tower, from whence the king had very recently released Lord Southampton, who had been a prisoner there since the execution of Essex. It is extremely probable that this quarrel was connected with the mysterious plot discovered a few days after, in which Lord Grey, Lord Cobham, and Sir Walter Raleigh, and the faction which had brought Essex to the block, were deeply implicated. Their object was to prevent the coronation of the king and queen, and to effect a revolution in favour of Lady Arabella Stuart. The king did not confine his reproofs to the contumacious English lords. He likewise blamed the queen for her hastiness. These circumstances gave rise to an angry epistle from her majesty, beginning with a stiff "Sir," instead of her usual loving address to her royal spouse of "my heart." The witness to whom she appeals in her billet is Sir Roger Aston, a favourite and factotum in the royal household, who was, withal, the bearer of the dispatch. Although her words would induce the supposition, she is certainly not angry with Sir Roger Aston, but with the king himself, for receiving one of the noblemen who had defied her, with whom James considered it politic to remain on good terms. The queen's letter is much scribbled, being evidently written in an excess of choler. Queen Anne to King James. Sir, what I have to say to Sir Roger is true. I could not but think it strange that any about your majesty durst presume to bring near where your ma is, on or one, that had offered me such a public scorn. For honour goes, or goes, before life, I must ever think. So humble kissing your majesty's hands, I rest ever yours, Anna R. I refer the rest to Sir Roger. The approaching coronation fortunately absorbed all the queen's attention, and forced her to forget this wrangle with her new subjects. St. James's Day was appointed for the coronation, but fears of pestilence and the discovery of the revolutionary plot of Cobham and Raleigh threatened to diminish its splendours. The court had left Windsor Castle, and were abiding at Hampton Court, when several persons died of the plague, in tents pitched for the accommodation of some of the queen's servants at the gates of the palace. The king issued, in consequence, several sanitary proclamations, and, as much for fear of plots as the plague, required the nobility to retrench their retinues to the smallest possible numbers, and the attendance of all those who had not positive claims and offices were declined. When their majesties removed to St. James's Palace, about the 23rd of July, the king made knights of the Bath for the occasion, instead of holding court for the purpose at the Tower. He forbade the usual fair to be held adjacent to the palace, called in ancient time St. James's Fair, lest the pestilence should be increased by it. These precautions were not without cause, for the plague, which had been dallying with London at various times in unhealthy seasons during the last years of Elizabeth's reign, now concentrated its powers, and began to rage in London during the coronation week, with a violence only equalled by the pestilence called the Black Death in the 14th century. The king's coronation, although a ceremony more than usually requisite in his case, had been delayed from time to time, and when it did take place, the ancient procession from the Tower through the city to Westminster was for the first time dispensed with, on account of the infected state of the metropolis, to the infinite disappointment of the populace, who were extremely desirous of beholding their new king, his queen, still a young and pretty woman, and their children. The lamentations of London for this disappointment and its cause were not inelegantly rendered by Henry Peto in his poem on the coronation, called England's Caesar. Thousands of treasure hath her bounty wasted in honor of her king to welcome him, but woe is she that honor is not tasted, for royal James in silver Thames doth swim. The water hath that glory, for he glides upon those pearly streams unto his crown, looking with pity on her as he rides, saying, Alas, she should have this renown. So well he knew that woeful London loved him, that her distress unto compassion moved him. No queen consort had been crowned since the days of Anne Boleyn, yet no king and queen had been crowned together since Henry VIII and Catherine of Aragon. Yet the dreadful state of the pestilence restrained public curiosity so much that the august ceremony of the double coronation was almost performed in private. The royal party went by water the short distance between Whitehall stairs and Privy Stairs of Westminster Palace on the morning of the procession. Their only processions were, therefore, the short distance between the Abbey and the Hall. A describer of the scene mentions that Queen Anne went to the coronation with her seemly hair down hanging on her princely shoulders, and on her head a crownet of gold. She so mildly saluted her new subjects that the women, weeping, cried out with one voice, God bless the royal queen! Welcome to England! Long to live and continue! This coronation took place on St. James's Day. A promise was made that after the pestilence had abated, the king, the queen, and Prince Henry should visit the city and share in the high festival the civic authorities were to prepare for them, and this took place with great splendor in the succeeding spring. Thus the original procession of the English sovereign through the metropolis from the Tower, which had been observed from a very early period as a species of recognition by the citizens, was for the first time infringed through the accident of plague. At this coronation, Queen Anne gave great scandal to her new subjects by refusing to receive the sacrament, according to the rites of the Church of England. This refusal caused her majesty to be grievously suspected of an affection to popery. The religious pliability of the queen had been already too considerably tested. She had been required in Scotland to forsake the Lutheran faith, in which she had been educated, for the Calvinistic. Now she was required to communicate with the Church of England. If she thought 3 changes of creed too much even for 3 crowns, her moral principles were the more respectable. It ought to be added that the prelates of the Church of England were satisfied with her religious principles. We have not the daughter of a pharaoh, of an idolatrous king, nor fear we strange women to steal away King James's heart from God, but a queen as of a royal, so of a religious stock, professing the gospel of Christ with him, a mirror of true modesty, a queen of bounty, beloved by the people. This panegyric is from the pen of the Bishop of Winchester. A more rational suspicion was raised by the report of her having received a present of pictures and other trinkets from the Pope through Sir Anthony Stanton. Yet such ought not to have stamped her a Catholic, because though the Pope was the head of the Roman Church, he was at the same time the patron of virtue, his metropolis being the center of the fine arts, of which Anne of Denmark was an ardent patroness. But while the religious jealousies of the English people were thus excited in regard to their Lutheran queen, they imposed upon their king the same coronation oath which Elisabeth had taken at her Catholic inauguration. He swore to preserve religion in the same state as did Edward the Confessor. The Privy Council and Senate had every fair opportunity of arranging this oath similarly to that of Edward VI before they admitted the king into England, if they had chosen to do so. How they expected their sovereign to make his oath and his practice consistent is an inexplicable riddle. Blood had been shed profusely, and more was to flow in persecution in order to produce conformity with the established church. And yet, such was the oath imposed on the Stuart sovereigns, and the only man who kept it was dethroned. Appalling as the wickedness of the 16th and 17th centuries may be, The inconsistencies of legislation therein is still more astonishing to the examiners of its documentary history. End of section 28. Section 29 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 3, Part 1. Upwards of half a century had elapsed since a queen consort had existed in England, and her privileges and endowments had become almost obsolete. An active inquisition was therefore instituted by King James at his accession, regarding the lands and dower to which his consort was entitled. Sir Robert Cecil examined state documents as far back as the era of Catherine of Valois, Queen of Henry V, but the dower of Catherine of Aragon proved the model from which that of Anne of Denmark was settled. The income of Catherine of Aragon, when queen, amounted to £5,500 per annum. The manors which pertained to this dower were settled on Anne of Denmark, in addition to which she had Somerset House, Hatfield, and the royal palaces of Pontefract and Nonsuch. This jointure amounted to £6,376. The whole was to be expended, as Cecil remarks, in wages to her servants, apparel to herself, and gratuities, the king charging himself with all her other expenses of household and stable. Anne still enjoyed her dower as Queen of Scotland. Her private residence in London was Somerset House, named after she became queen consort Denmark House, where she afterwards expended a large sum in improvements and embellishments. 12 counselors were appointed to assist the queen in regulating the expenditure of her dower, and according to the circular dispatched to these functionaries, her princely desire and pleasure was signified that, when her majesty's abode was better settled, and the infection of the plague was less rife, that the knights of her council should repair to court, there to kiss her royal hand, and to receive such charge for her service as would be thought advisable. Mr. Hitcham of Gray's Inn was made the queen's attorney, and had her hand and signet to practice within the bar, and to take place next to the king's counsel. Mr. Lowther was her solicitor. Now, says a courtly correspondent, I must give you a little touch of the feminine commonwealth called the household of our queen. You must know, we have ladies of divers degrees of favor, some for the private chamber, some for the drawing chamber, some for the bed chamber, and some whose appointments have no certain station, and of these only are Lady Arabella and my wife, Lady Worcester. My Lady Bedford holdeth fast to the bedchamber. Lady Hertford fain would, but her husband hath called her home. Lady Derby the younger, Lady Suffolk, Lady Rich, Lady Nottingham, Lady Susan de Vere, Lady Walsingham, and of late Lady Southwell, for the drawing chamber. All the rest for the private chamber, when they are not shut out. For many times the king and queen lock their doors. But the plotting and malice among these ladies is so great, that I think envy hath tied an invisible snake about their necks, to sting each other to death. For the present, there are now 5 maids, Carey, Middlemore, Woodhouse, Gargrave, and Roper. The 6th is determined, but not come. God send them good fortune, for as yet they have no mother. In Anne of Denmark's household was an office filled by an old lady called the Mother of the Maids, a functionary whose vocation was to keep the fair bevy in order. The gem and star of the court of Queen Anne was Lady Arabella Stuart. Her approximation was near to the throne of Scotland, while by her descent from Lady Margaret Douglas, she was next heir to that of England, after James I and his family. Before King James arrived in England, the wild plot for setting Lady Arabella on the throne of England had been concocted by Sir Walter Raleigh, Lord Cobham, Lord Grey, and others of that faction, which had brought the Earl of Essex to the block in the preceding reign. It does not appear that the liberty taken with the name of Lady Arabella by the conspirators had the slightest ill effect on the mind of James I. So thoroughly convinced was he of her innocence, that he distinguished her with favour, and allowed her the rank, which was her due, of first lady at court next to his queen, during the tutelage of the princess royal. While describing the queen's household, her private secretary and master of requests, Mr. William Fowler, must not be forgotten. How she came by so pragmatical a coxcomb in a station which required, at all times, good sense and delicate tact, is not exactly defined, but we suppose he was drafted from her Scotch establishment. And having a southern name, and connections long used to the English court, he was retained, when many a douce and faithful Scot was dismissed to humour the English jealousy. The passion of this presuming official for Lady Arabella Stuart formed the amusement of the court of Anne of Denmark. The following is a specimen of the mode in which Mr. Secretary Fowler used to communicate the compliments or commands of his royal mistress Queen Anne to the magnates of the English court. To the Earl and Countess of Shrewsbury. May it please your honours. True it is that I did, with all respect, present your honours' humble duties, accompanied with your fervent prayers, for and to her majesty, who not only lovingly accepted them, but did demand of me if I had any letters from your honours, which being excused by me, through your reverent regards for her, avoiding always presumption and importunity. The queen answered, that in case your honours had written unto her, she should have returned you answer in the same manner. And I had commission to assure both your honours of her constant affections towards you, both in absence and in time coming. So that your honours shall do well to continue her purchased or obtained affection, by such officious insinuations, which will be thankfully embraced, to which, if I may give or bring any increase, I shall think me happy in such occasions to serve and honour you. The court sojourned after the coronation at Woodstock. On their way thither, the king and queen dined at the lodge at Ditchley, with Sir Henry Lee. They remained at Woodstock Palace till the middle of September. Yet the pestilence seemed to have pursued their steps, and again great alarm was occasioned by several servants dying of the plague in the tents at the palace gateways. The queen's court was nevertheless brilliant with foreign ambassadors extraordinary, who came on errands of congratulation. Count Arenberg came to compliment her on the king's accession from the sovereigns of Flanders, the Archduke Albert, and the Infanta Clara Eugenia, and presented her with the miniatures of their imperial highnesses, most excellently drawn. The Spanish ambassador, too, was in attendance, and, sad to say, was in far greater favour with Queen Anne and her ladies than the illustrious Sully, who, under the title of the Marquis of Rosny, had lately been on a special embassy of congratulation from his master, Henry the Great. Queen Anne, and even the highly gifted Arabella, joined in preferring to Sully the ambassador of Spain, a coxcomb of the first water, who distributed exquisitely embroidered Spanish gloves to the ladies, and perfumed leather jerkins to the gentlemen of the queen's court, a mode of proceeding which made him very popular with them. So much for the appreciation of contemporaries. They preferred this flatterer to him of the pen and the sword, the warrior, statesman, and historian of his times, whose renown is as immortal as that of his royal master and friend, Henry the Great, and in truth is far better deserved. The brother of Queen Anne, Ulrich, Duke of Holstein, had arrived to congratulate his sister. He was reckoned comely, but was suspected by the English of poverty, a deadly sin in the 17th century. Duke Ulrich was charmed with Lady Arabella, who only laughed at his wooing, and called him the Dutchkin to her familiar friends. Although she flouted the brother, she cherished a sincere esteem for his royal sister, whom she considered the only person whose manners were unexceptionable at her own court. The queen became very popular in Oxfordshire by graciously acknowledging the acclamations and blessings of the people when she rode out, taking off her mask whenever they thronged round her, and speaking to them courteously after the example of Queen Elizabeth. Lady Arabella deprecated the idea of telling tales out of the queen's coach, but this intelligence is gathered out of her charming letters, which rival those of Madame de Sévigné. The whole court removed to Winchester Palace on the 17th of September, where they were obliged to spend the entire autumn, perhaps for personal security, for the king and council determined that the conspirators of the Raleigh-Cobham plot should be tried at Winchester. These precautions implied that this conspiracy was really more dangerous than it has been considered in after times. The king and his council were wholly absorbed in deep deliberation on this dismal occasion, and the abode of the queen and her ladies, in the antique quarter of Winchester Palace, called the Queen's Side, was very dull and devoid of amusement. In November, the conspirators were brought from the Tower to Winchester in coaches, when the populace pelted Raleigh with tobacco pipes. The king had contrived a curious drama in real life, in the course of which, when the conspirators condemned to death were brought on the scaffold, they were separately deprived from death, by means of a warrant written by the king's hand and sent by his faithful servant, Johnny Gibb. It was the first time such an experiment of mercy had been tried by an English sovereign, but had King James decimated half the villages in a county, as his predecessor did, so much abuse would certainly not have been levelled at him by historians, who wrote in his century, as for this act. The sentences of these conspirators, who, to use their own words, had agreed to kill the king and his cubs, were commuted either to banishment or imprisonment. Raleigh was not among those publicly reprieved, and his sentence remained to be put in force against him at pleasure. The queen regarded him with pity and interest, and he owed most of his indulgences to her intercession, through which, though a prisoner in the Tower circle, he retained not only his actual property, but his income of £200 per annum as governor of Jersey. Queen Anne and her ladies, while King James and his councillors were deliberating on the delinquencies of this plot, were so dull and moped, immured in Winchester Palace, that they were reduced to play all sorts of childish games, to enliven the long November evenings. The queen and her maidens constituted a mistress of the revels, and all the ladies were forced to tax their youthful recollections in order to furnish some babyish play that might be new to the rest of the court. They played at Rise Pig and Go, One Penny Follow Me, and I Pray My Lord, Give Me a Course in Your Park, and another game called Fire. They began these amusements at twilight, and did not cease till supper time. Such were the queenly diversions of Anne of Denmark, when oppressed with ennui, in the antique palace of Winchester. The only diversions the queen had at this time were the entertainments she received at Basing House, where that experienced courtier, the Marquis of Winchester, gave some grand feats, and her majesty was pleased to dance indefatigably. At these balls the king's fair kinswoman, the Lady Margaret Stuart, conquered the valiant heart of the ancient hero of the Armada, Lord Howard of Effingham. This lady and the queen were never on the best of terms, and we shall see hereafter that their differences rose to a great height. The king made himself exceedingly busy in promoting the marriage of his blooming cousin of 19 with the great captain, who had outnumbered the years allotted to man by the psalmist. Anne of Denmark surveyed the whole comedy, in which her king was a very active agent, with a sort of laughing scorn, as we may gather from her lively billet to her royal spouse, whom she designates as Mercury, and the Lady Margaret and her mature lover as Mars and Venus. Queen Anne to the king. Your Majesty's letter was welcome to me. I have been as glad of the fair weather as yourself. In the last part of your letter, you have guessed right that I would laugh. Who would not laugh both at the persons and the subject? But more so, as so well chosen a Mercury between Mars and Venus, and you know that women can hardly keep counsel. I humbly desire your Majesty to tell me how I should keep this secret, that have already told it, and shall tell it to as many as I speak with. If I were a poet, I would make a song of it, and sing to the tune of Three Fools Well Met. So kissing your hands I rest. Your Anna R. The Christmas festivals atoned for the dismal manner in which Her Majesty spent the autumn by a commencement of those magnificent masques and ballets, for which the court of Anne was afterwards so much celebrated. Sir Thomas Edmonds wrote to the Earl of Shrewsbury that a very grand ballet was in preparation. Both the King and Queen's Majesty have a humour to have some masks this Christmas time. The young lords and the gentlemen took one part, and the Queen and her ladies the other. As there was a great ingenuity in the ballet, Mr. Sandford had the drilling of the noble dancers. "I have been," continues another courtier, "at 6d. charge to send you the book." This was the programme of the ballet, in which was noted the names of the ladies who acted the parts of goddesses, but this little pamphlet was a contraband article, suppressed by the king as soon as beheld in print. The king dined abroad with the Florentine ambassador, who was, with his majesty, at the play last night, and then supped with my lady Rich in her chamber. The French queen, Mary de Medicis, hath sent our queen a very fine present, but not yet delivered, in regard she was not well these 2 days, and came not abroad. One part is a cabinet very cunningly wrought, and inlaid all over with musk and ambergris, which maketh a sweet savour, and in every box with a different present of jewels and flowers for head tiring. The excellence of French artificial flowers for ladies' caps is thus proved to be coeval with Camden, Spelman, and Stowe, that elder race of antiquarian historians who have perversely neglected to leave any information on so important a subject. Gifts from the Queen of Spain were likewise presented to the Queen. One of them, a gown of murrey-coloured satin, ornamented with cut leather, gilded. The Spanish ambassador continued to pay assiduous court to the Queen, to the great jealousy and anger of the French resident ambassador, Villeroy, who declares that the Spaniard, being discontented with the seat on the Queen's left hand, went round and took a place at her right hand among all her ladies, who regarded his intrusion with displeasure and astonishment. Astonished they might be, but it appears, by contemporary court letters, that this Spanish ambassador was a very general favourite with the Queen's ladies. The king and queen redeemed their promise of paying a visit to the city, in lieu of the Tower procession, delayed by the pest at the coronation. The 15th of March was the day appointed for this grand festival. 2 days previously, the king brought the queen privately in a coach, on his way to the Tower, to examine Gresham's Exchange, and see the merchants on their separate walks, without being known. This plan was in some degree frustrated by the London populace recognizing their majesties, and giving a great shout, began to run about and crowd on them, so that the queen was much alarmed at their unruly conduct, and the attendants had much ado to shut the exchange gates on the mob, and bar the doors to the stairs that led to the upper stories. From one of the windows the king and queen had a view of the assembled merchants, who kept their stations, and, though aware of the royal visit, appeared to be conferring on business. With this sight, the royal pair expressed themselves infinitely pleased, and James declared that it was a goodly thing to behold so many persons of various nations met together in peace and goodwill. An observation highly creditable to James, and which placed his pacific character in a more respectable light than history usually views it. But the philosophy of modern times will do better justice to such sentiments than an age in which revenge and all ferocious thoughts were virtues. The king further observed that when he next came to visit his people, he hoped they would not run here and there as if possessed, ramping as though they meant to overthrow him and his wife. He recommended that, like his good Dounce lieges of Edinburgh, they would stand still, be quiet, and see all they could. Advice which ought never to be obsolete to a sight-loving people. That day the king and queen arrived at the Tower, whereof they visited the mint, and the king with his own hand coined some money, and made the queen do the same. They then went to see the lions, and the king expressed a wish for a lion bait, for the amusement of the queen and his young son, as well as for his own diversion. The queen, who was a very great huntress, and therefore used to sights of cruelty, did not make the objection she ought to have done, and the savage exhibition took place with some dogs, which were brought over from the Bear Garden in Southwark to fight the lions. Such were the royal diversions at the Tower, till the day of the grand festival of the royal procession through the city to Westminster. an extraordinary display of pageantry took place, in which the queen and her young son expressed as much delight as any of the humble spectators. Prince Henry could not restrain his glee, and the bows and smiles with which he greeted his father's new subjects obtained for him a degree of popularity which his real worth of character rendered afterwards permanent. It would be as tedious a task to narrate as to peruse the description of these entertainments, yet a trait or two may be detached, as amusing illustrations of manners and costume. At the Conduit, Cheapside, was a grand display of tapestry, gold cloth, and silks, and before the structure, a handsome apprentice was appointed, whose part it was to walk backwards and forwards, in his flat cap and usual dress, addressing the passengers with his shop cry for custom of, "What do you lack, gentles? What will you buy? Silks, satins, or stuffed taffetas?" He then broke into premeditated verse. But stay, bold tongue, I stand at giddy gaze. Be dim mine eyes, what gallant trains are here, that strikes minds mute, puts good wits in amaze? Oh, 'tis our king, royal King James, I say, pass on in peace, and happy be thy way, live long on earth, and England's sceptre sway. Thy city, gracious king, admires thy fame, and all within pray for thy happy state. Our women for thy queen, Anne, whose rich name to their created bliss has sprung of late. If women's wishes may prevail, thus being, they wish you both long lives and good agreeing. It has been before observed that the queen left her second son, Prince Charles, at her palace of Dunfermline, where he was languishing under delicate health, occasioned very probably by the bad mode of nursing prevalent at this time, which regularly killed 2/3 of the children born into the world. Sir Robert Carey, whose headling career into Scotland, with the news of the death of his royal kinswoman, Queen Elizabeth, had by no means been rewarded according to his own ideas of his deserts, had taken into his head a notion, by way of speculation, of attaching himself to this young prince, a desperate speculation, since sickly and rickety as Charles was, in the cold blighting air of his native north, there did not seem a remote chance of his surviving to attain the graceful stature and fine constitution which afterwards distinguished him. Sir Robert Carey had made an officious journey to Scotland in order to pay his court to this royal infant, and he brought to Queen Anne doleful accounts of his miserably crippled state and cadaverous appearance. The queen, of course, was anxious in this case that her poor child should be near her, and entreated King James to send for baby Charles, instead of permitting him to remain in Scotland as intended, for the purpose of retaining the attachment of the northern people to his family. Lord and Lady Dunfermline were commanded to bring Prince Charles to England in the summer of 1604, and the queen, desirous of embracing her sickly little one, set out on progress to meet him. She had advanced as far as Northamptonshire, and was at the seat of Sir George Fermor, when baby Charles arrived safely under the escort of his noble governor and governess, and of Sir Robert Carey. The royal infant was between 3 and 4 years old, and if the representations of Sir Robert Carey be not exaggerated, it was to the exertions of Lady Carey and her sensible management that the preservation of Charles I from deformity may be attributed. The description of the manner in which Lady Carey guarded her young charge from the injurious experiments which the indiscreet affection of King James urged him to inflict on this suffering child are replete with a lesson of great utility, by proving how far patient care and excellent nursing, aided by the bland hand of nature, are superior to surgical operations in restoring the tender organs of children injured by disease or bad treatment. The queen deserves the full credit of choosing so excellent a foster mother for her afflicted child as Lady Carey, and supporting her in her judicious plans when he was committed to her care. The queen, by the approbation of the Lord Chancellor, wrote Sir Robert Carey in his memoirs, made choice of my wife to have the care and keeping of the Duke of York. Those who wished me no good were glad of it, thinking, if the Duke were to die in our charge, his weakness being such as gave them great cause to suspect it, then we should be thought unfit to remain at court after. When the little duke was first delivered to my wife, he was not able to go out, nor scarcely to stand alone. He was so weak in his joints, especially in his ankles, insomuch many feared they were out of joint. Many a battle had my wife with the king, but she still prevailed. The king was desirous that the string under his tongue should be cut, for he was so long beginning to speak, that he thought he would never have spoken. Then he would have put him into iron boots, to strengthen his sinews and joints. But my wife protested so much against them both, that she got the victory, and the king was fain to yield. The queen firmly supported Lady Carey in all her judicious arrangements, and the king found contention against the will of two ladies unavailing, especially when they decidedly had the best of the argument. The consequence was, that as Sir Robert Carey says, Prince Charles grew daily more and more in health and strength, both of body and mind, to the amazement of many, who knew his weakness when she first took charge of him. The queen rejoiced much to see him prosper as he did, and my wife for her diligence, which was indeed great, was well esteemed of both her and the king, as appeared by the rewards bestowed upon us. The king, in the autumn of 1604, established himself at his hunting seat at Royston in Essex, where his queen, whose passion for the chase equalled, if not exceeded his own, used to visit him and share in the sports of the field. Her brother, Duke Ulrich, still continued his long visit in England. He was invited to remain till after the accouchement of the queen, because he was to stand sponsor to her infant. He lodgeth in the court, in my lord treasurer's lodging, and his company in my lord of Derby's house in Cannon Row. He hath 20 dishes of meat allowed every meal, and certain of the guard bring him the same, and attend therewith. Tomorrow the king goeth towards Royston, and this Duke of Holstein with him for 14 days. While the queen's brother was at this hunting party at Royston, a hint was given by some of the gentry of that country of the inconvenience of the royal visit. One of the king's special hounds, called Jowler, was missing one day. The king was much displeased at his absence. He went hunting notwithstanding. The next day when they went to the field, Jowler came in among the rest of the hounds. The king was told, and was glad of his return, but looking on him, spied a paper about his neck. On this paper was written, Good Mr. Jowler, we pray you speak to the king, for he hears you every day, and so he doth not us. That it please his majesty to go back to London, for else the country will be undone. All our provision is spent, and we are not able to entertain him longer. The king laughed at this intimation as a good jest, and it was passed over, but the king intimated that he intended to remain at Royston for a fortnight longer. The little Prince Charles, who had been called Duke of York since his father's accession to the English crown, was on 12th day, 1605, formally installed as such. Several knights of the Bath were created on this occasion, among others, the royal boy himself, who, though he had just completed his 4th year, could not walk in the procession, but was carried in the arms of the Lord Admiral, the venerable hero of the Armada. The queen celebrated this gala day by a masque at the banqueting house, which was no other than Ben Jonson's celebrated Masque of Blackness, in which her majesty and ladies chose to sustain the characters of 12 nymphs, daughters of the river Niger. At the upper end of the banqueting room, she was seated on a throne, made like a giant scallop shell. She was attired like a Moor, with her face blackened, likewise her hands and arms above the elbows. Her ladies surrounded her in the same disagreeable costume, which was considered by Sir Dudley Carleton as excessively unbecoming. For who, as he wrote, can imagine an uglier sight than a troop of lean-cheeked Moors? She danced in this disguise that evening with the Spanish ambassador, who did not forget to kiss the royal hand, notwithstanding its assumed ebony hue, which the bystanders mischievously hoped would leave part of its coloring on his lips. It was unwise of the queen to adopt a costume which hid her ivory skin and revealed the thinness of her face. She had fine hair and bright brown eyes, but these personal advantages were completely compromised in the Masque of Blackness, in which, however, the beauty of the poetry somewhat atoned for the obscuration of the charms of the court belles. A foreigner, who visited England at the accession of James, draws an unfavorable portrait of the queen. He says, "She has an ordinary appearance, and lives remote from public affairs. She is very fond of dancing and entertainments. She is very gracious to those who know how to promote her wishes, but to those whom she does not like, she is proud and disdainful, not to say insupportable." Another Italian, Cardinal Bentivoglio, is in ecstasies at her grace and beauty, and above all, her fluency in speaking the Italian language, of which he was an undoubted judge. It would be difficult to ascertain what sort of persons Anne and the king her husband were, from the descriptions of contemporaries, so strongly did prejudice imbue every pen. There is no reason to suppose that Cardinal Bentivoglio was inclined to flatter James I, for he mentions with much displeasure his hostility to Catholics. Yet he describes his person in very different colors from the sectarian authors of the same century. "The King of England," he says, "is above the middle height, of a fair and florid complexion, and very noble features, though in his demeanour and carriage he manifests no kind of grace or kingly dignity." The accouchement of Her Majesty was hourly expected in March 1605. Such events had been of rare occurrence at the court of England, Jane Seymour being the last queen who had given birth to a royal infant. In the lapse of a large portion of a century, old customs relating to the royal lying-in chamber had been forgotten, though Queen Anne's household were, on this occasion, very active in collecting all reminiscences of such occasions. Sir Dudley Carleton wrote to Secretary Winwood thus on the subject: "Here is much ado about the queen's down lying, and great suit made for offices of carrying the white staff, door-keeping, cradle-rocking, and such like gossips' tricks, which you should understand better than I do." A grand court was kept at Greenwich throughout March, and prayers were daily said in every church for Her Majesty's safety. She was in her withdrawing room at Greenwich Palace on Sunday, the 7th of April, and on the following day gave birth to a princess named Mary, in memory of its unfortunate grandmother, Mary Queen of Scots, whose tomb King James ordered to be commenced at Westminster on the very day of his little daughter's birth. The young princess, whose entry into life was thus connected with the memory of the dead, did not reach her 3rd year. The newborn Lady Mary was baptized in the chapel of the royal palace at Greenwich. This was the first Protestant baptism of a royal infant in England, for we have shown that Elisabeth and Edward VI, however champions of the Protestant cause, were certainly christened according to the Catholic ritual. Lady Arabella Stuart was the godmother of the infant Mary Stuart, assisted by the Countess of Northumberland. The godfather was Ulrich, Duke of Holstein, the queen's brother, and Arabella's contemned lover. The ceremony was, in all points, performed according to the Church of England, and when it was over, Garter King-at-Arms, making a low reverence to the king, who stood at the chapel closet window, rehearsed the title of "The High and Noble Lady Mary." The sewers then brought in voiders of wine and confections, and the noble train formed their homeward procession towards the queen's apartments, across the conduit court, the gifts of the sponsors being carried by 6 earls. The queen was churched the following Whitsunday. First the king went into the royal closet at Greenwich Chapel, and heard a sermon by the Bishop of Chichester. He then went down into the chapel and offered at the altar, and withdrew himself behind a curtain on the right side. Queen Anne came from her chamber, attended by a grand train of her ladies, and was supported to the altar between her brother, the Duke of Holstein, and the king's relative, the Duke of Lennox. She made low reverence before the altar, and offered her besant, and then retired behind a curtain on the left of the altar, and kneeling, offered her thanksgiving for health and safety, according to the form prescribed in the Common Prayer by the Church of England, which finished with anthems sung to organ, coronet, and sackbut. At the conclusion, King James and Queen Anne came forth from curtained seats and met before the altar, where they affectionately saluted and greeted each other, and the king handed the queen to his presence chamber door. The queen's personal demeanour in this ceremonial was evidently prescribed by an etiquette of great antiquity, as may be gathered from the coin named as her offering, which was little known in Europe after the era of the Crusades, though the term besant still lurks among the heraldic nomenclature. End of section 29. Section 30 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 3, Part 2. With the gunpowder plot, the history of Anne of Denmark is little connected, excepting that she is usually enumerated among the intended victims, but this must have depended on the circumstance of whether she meant to have accompanied the king and her son at the ceremonial opening of Parliament, November 5, 1605. It is certain that although the intentions of the conspirators were revealed as to their projected disposal of the queen's younger children, Elisabeth and Charles, there was no mention of her or of her infant daughter Mary. The terrors of this plot have been rendered farcical by the absurd mummery which has celebrated its anniversary down to our times. But to appreciate the appalling effect it must have had on the royal family, the murderous gunpowder plot in Scotland should be remembered, which occurred February 1567-68 at the Kirk of Field, which destroyed the king's father, Lord Darnley, and which his mother Queen Mary ever earnestly protested was laid against her life likewise. Had not the chance of her unexpected absence preserved her to endure the worst effects of the calumny attending it till death. The discontented Catholic gentlemen who planned the 5th of November plot must have been greatly encouraged by the triumphant prosperity that attended its precursor, hatched by the more cunning brains of Murray, Morton, and Bothwell. A thanksgiving for the preservation of king, prince, lords, and commons, who were all to have been destroyed at one fell swoop by the explosion of the mine beneath the antique Whitehall of Westminster Palace, was, as everyone knows, added to our liturgy by the king as the head of the church, with the aid of the episcopacy. This was the second service of the kind which occurred in the course of every year of the reign of James I. All the court, and as many of the people as were very loyally disposed, being expected to fast and pray, and listen to sermons a few hours long, every 5th of August, in memory of the king's preservation from the Gowrie conspiracy. Before the queen obtained possession of Theobalds, she usually passed her summers, when not on progress, at Greenwich Palace, where her 2 youngest children were born. Here she was residing when Lord Herbert of Cherbury, who afterwards implicated Her Majesty's name in his conceited Autobiography, returned from his travels. He brought with him a scarf, wrought by the hands of the Princess of Conti, as a present from her to Queen Anne. Such a token, it was understood, in the code of gallantry, was designed as a challenge for the gentlemen of England to tilt with sharp lances in honour of the beauty of both princesses. Lord Herbert, on his arrival, sent the scarf to Queen Anne, through her favourite maid, Mary Middlemore. The queen commanded Lord Herbert to attend her, that she might consult him respecting the message of the French princess. She asked many questions of her ladies regarding this noble, who was not only the great literary lion of his era, but had attracted unusual notice by making himself and his gallant adventures the theme of all he said. He was ostensibly much alarmed lest the queen should be too much devoted to him, for he believed she was really in love with him by report. He declares, too, in his memoirs, that she had obtained a picture of him, painted surreptitiously. He very affectedly declined the interview of explanation regarding the scarf, deeming it an assignation. "God knoweth," he says, "I declined to come for honest reasons, but, to speak ingenuously, because such affection had passed between me and another, the fairest lady of our time, so that nothing could divert it." Out of such vanity, as if a queen of England could not wish to behold a literary lion, who had made himself as much by his egotism as his talents, the theme of every tongue around her, without being in love with him. Lord Herbert had drawn much court gossip on himself by an exploit in defence of Mary Middlemore. This damsel was sitting reading in the queen's apartments at Greenwich Palace, when one of the king's Scotch gentlemen of the bedchamber surprised her and carried off, against her inclination, a top knot from her hair, and henceforth wore it, despite all of her remonstrances, twisted in his hat band. Lord Herbert, who was panting for an opportunity of showing off his knight gallantry, hearing the bitter complaints of the aggrieved damsel, demanded the top knot of the Scotch lover, who contumaciously refused to surrender it, on which Lord Herbert seized him by the throat and almost throttled him. These antagonists were dragged asunder by their friends, lest they should incur the penalty of losing their hands by striking in the royal palace. They exchanged a cartel to fight unto death in Hyde Park, but the king and the council tamed their pugnacity with the wholesome infliction of a month's confinement in the Tower. Neither would the king suffer the tilting a l'outrance to take place, in honour of the queen's beauty, or that of the Princess of Conti, and very much in the right he was. "Na, na," said the philosophic monarch. "They madcaps may seek their diversion other ways than breaking the peace of my kingdom, and their on fools' heads at the same time, though the best that can be said of their body armour is, that it not only keeps its wearer from being hurt himself, but prevents him from doing any very great harm to any ane else." The queen was confined at Greenwich, June 22, 1606, with her 7th child, a daughter. She was herself very ill and weak for some time afterwards. The infant only lived to be christened Sophia, the name of the queen's mother. The child was buried privately, being carried up the Thames to Westminster Abbey in a funeral barge covered with black velvet. The queen's brother, Christian IV, King of Denmark, had been expected daily about the same time, but contrary winds detained his navy till July 16th, when the queen was far from convalescent. He landed at Greenwich Palace stairs with King James, who had travelled from Oatlands to Gravesend, where the Danish ships anchored. The King of Denmark went directly to his sister's chamber, and a very tender interview between these long-parted but affectionate relatives took place. The royal Dane is described by those who saw him as a person of stately presence, though but of middle height, that he was in face and complexion so like his sister Queen Anne, that a painter who had seen the one could easily draw the picture of the other. His dress was black, slashed with cloth of silver. Round his hat he wore a band of gold, shaped like a coronet, studded with precious stones. The two kings were invited to a grand festival at Theobalds, which was then the favourite seat of the Prime Minister, Cecil, Earl of Salisbury. The revellings there were disgraced by scenes of intemperance, which have acquired an historical celebrity. Hitherto the refined, though rather fantastical tastes of the queen had given a tone of elegance to the British court, and public decorum had never been very flagrantly violated by the inclination King James and his Scottish peers felt to indulge in riotous carouses. The queen was, perforce, absent at this time, and her husband and brother gave themselves up to unrestrained intoxication. Unfortunately, some writers of the last century, too eager in their attacks on royalty to be very accurate in their comparison of time and place, have accused poor Queen Anne of the derelictions from propriety committed at Theobalds by a certain queen, who, having swallowed deeper potations than became her when performing in a masque, reeled against the steps of King Christian's throne, and through the salver of refreshments it was her business to present into his majesty's bosom. This queen was, however, only the Queen of Sheba, personated by a female domestic of the Earl of Salisbury, and not the Queen of Great Britain, as any person may ascertain who takes the trouble of reading Sir John Harrington's letter, this being the sole document on which modern authors have founded the widely spread accusation of inebriety against Anne of Denmark. Her habitual delicate health and her etiquette of mourning for her infant occasioned her to be a recluse in her lying-in chamber, where her month's retirement was not completed at the very time when these uproarious revelries were held by her king and brother to mark their temporary escape from the wholesome restraints of a female court. Theobalds have been greatly identified with the name of Anne of Denmark, but it was not in her possession till a year afterwards. She could not, therefore, be accountable for the orgies performed there, while secluded in a chamber of illness and mourning at Greenwich Palace. Both the kings came from Theobalds to Greenwich to be present at the churching of the queen, which took place there August 3rd, another sure proof that her majesty may be acquitted of all blame connected with the orgies at Theobalds. It is expressly affirmed that even so late as August 4th, she had not been partaker of any of the kingly sports. The first day in which she took part in any festivity was Sunday, the 10th of August, when she went down the Thames with her son, her brother, and King James, to assist at a splendid aquatic banquet held on board the Elisabeth Jonas, one of the largest of the English ships, lying at Chatham. The ship was hung with cloth of gold on this occasion. The queen and her royal party dined in a beautiful pavilion fitted up in the orlop deck. They went on shore at Upnor Castle, and the queen stopped on Windmill Hill, whence a noble view of the whole navy was had. There the King of Denmark left them, and went on board his own fleet for the night, that he might make preparations for a grand farewell banquet he meant to give his sister on board the ships of her native country. In the morning by 10, the queen, her son, and husband arrived at the side of the largest ship, which bore the flag of the Danish admiral, and was then riding at anchor before Gravesend. It was a gallant ship of very high and narrow building. The beak, the stern, and 3 galleries were richly gilded, and the waist and half deck hung with arras, and adorned with costly ornaments. Here the queen and her spouse were feasted by her royal brother. As they sat at the banquet, they pledged each other to their continuing amity, and at every pledge drank. The same was known straightway by sound of drum and trumpet, and cannon's loudest voice, beginning ever in the Danish admiral, seconded by the English blockhouses, prolonged by the Danish vice-admiral, and echoed by the 6 other Danish ships, ending with the smallest. How minutely has Shakespeare followed this Danish etiquette of drinking royal healths. No jocund health that Denmark drinks today, but the great cannon to the clouds shall tell, and the kings rouse the heavens shall bruit again, then speaking earthly thunder. The King of Denmark concluded his entertainment with a wonderful pageant, a firework contrived by himself, which would have certainly proved the finest display of pyrotechny ever seen in England, if it had had but Egyptian darkness to set off its merits. Unfortunately, the exigence of the royal departure forced it to be ignited in a splendid August afternoon, and it was still cracking and snapping 3/4 of an hour afterwards, when Queen Anne and King James, with streaming eyes, bade farewell to their loving brother, King Christiern. At this leave-taking, the queen was involved in a most vexatious misunderstanding between her brother, King Christiern, and the aged hero of the Armada. This nobleman, as Lord High Admiral, had the command of the ship, which was to take King James and the queen back to Woolwich. He came to the deck of the Danish admiral to inform his royal master that if he did not take leave directly and return on board his own vessel, he would lose the benefit of the tide up the river, which served at 4 o'clock. The King of Denmark told him in his own language that it was but 2 o'clock, therefore he need not lose his sister yet. The Lord High Admiral understood no Danish, and King Christiern no English. The royal Dane had, therefore, recourse to signs. He showed him, the admiral, that it was but 2 by his watch. The Lord High Admiral, who was not in the best of humours, still urged the departure of his king and queen. The queen came to her brother's assistance in this dilemma, where he stood on deck with his watch in one hand and holding up 2 of the fingers of the other, to signify it was but 2 o'clock. The queen laughed heartily, probably at her brother's perplexity, but the Lord Admiral fancied that the queen and King Christiern were rudely jeering at him on account of his young wife. The bystanders saw that the Lord Admiral took some secret dislike, but when he returned home and talked over the matter with his countess, they both worked themselves up into a state of excessive indignation. His countess, that Margaret Stuart, whose marriage has been mentioned, immediately wrote a letter to one of King Christiern's confidential servants, Sir Andrew St. Clair, expressing her displeasure at his master's uncivil behavior. When this letter was, by Queen Anne's express desire, communicated to the king, her brother, he was so much annoyed that he wished to return immediately to England to vindicate his conduct. He explained very earnestly, by means of St. Clair, that he never thought of making the signs to insult the Lord Admiral. All he wished him to understand was, that it was only 2 o'clock, as he might see by the watch he held in the other hand, and that he needed not be deprived of his sister so soon. Notwithstanding this explanation, which appears a very probable and rational one, Lady Nottingham continued to utter many vituperations, reproachful of the whole royal house of Denmark, to mark her indignation at the insult she supposed was levelled against her by the queen's brother. At last, Queen Anne lost her patience. It is said she threw herself on her knees before King James, and entreated him to banish Lady Nottingham from the court. King Christiern distributed many costly presents at his departure. One of his gifts was a real exemplification of the principle which led all sovereigns in that century to deem the property of the state their personal chattels, to be disposed of at their caprice. He presented his nephew, Henry, Prince of Wales, with his best ship of war, valued at £25,000. The queen received from her brother his portrait, richly set with jewels. To the king he gave a rapier and hanger worth £7,000. To the English courtiers, gold chains and jewels to the amount of £15,000. King James made a very liberal return, nearly to the same amount, but the ship of war still left an enormous balance on the side of Danish munificence. The queen accompanied King James to Windsor, when her brother had taken leave, and there they finished their summer hunting. At some tilting pageant about this time, one of the young squires of Lord Hay was thrown from his horse near the king and broke his leg. This accident interested the humanity of the king for the sufferer, who proved to be the son of Carr of Fernahurst, a faithful servant of the king's mother. The young man had served as a little page to King James before leaving the Scottish court to be educated in France. As Robert Carr was a yellow-haired laddie of tall stature, embellished with round blue eyes and a high-coloured complexion, he was considered very handsome and a showy ornament to the court. The king took him into favour, and he soon obtained no little influence with him. The last vestige of the famous seat of Theobald's at Cheshunt has vanished from the face of the earth, but its name is familiar as the Sylvan Palace of the Royal Stuarts. Queen Anne induced Cecil, Earl of Salisbury, to exchange it at a great advantage for her dower palace of Hatfield. Possession of Theobald's was given to Her Majesty, May 22, 1607, with a courtly fete and an elaborate masque by Ben Jonson, who celebrated the queen under her poetical name of Bellana. This was one of the most beautiful among the elegant entertainments of the kind patronized by Anne of Denmark. In the course of its representation, that enchanting lyric by Ben Jonson was introduced, expressly written in compliment to Her Majesty's passion for hunting. Queen and Huntress, chaste as fair. Theobald's was the admiration of England for the architectural taste displayed in the new buildings erected by Lord Burleigh and his son, the Prime Minister of King James. It was described in the Augmentation Office, after it was marked for destruction by Cromwell, as a quadrangle of 110 feet square, on the south of which were the Queen's Chapel, with windows of stained glass, her presence chamber, her privy chamber, or private sitting room, her bedchamber and coffee chamber. This was probably coffer chamber. The prince's lodgings were on the north side, cloisters were on the east side, and a glorious gallery, 112 feet in length, occupied the west. This palace was destroyed in 1650. The queen lost her infant daughter, the little Princess Mary, in the autumn of 1607. The child died of a catarrhal fever at Stanwell, the seat of her foster parents, Lord and Lady Knevet, who had, agreeable to the ancient custom, not disused in the days of the first James, received the young princess for nurture and education at a stipulated remuneration. The queen received the news of her child's death with calmness. According to the narrative of the messenger, she presupposed what the tidings might be. She requested that the king might be informed of every particular, and she desired that the body might be opened, and the cause of death ascertained. She likewise begged that some cost might be bestowed on the child's funeral. The princess was interred in Westminster Abbey in Queen Elizabeth's vault. King James was the last of our kings who bestowed any attention on monuments for his relatives. He ordered the tombs for this child and her sister Sophia, which are still to be seen in Westminster Abbey, near the tomb of Queen Elizabeth. The little Princess Mary, a child of 2 years and a half, is represented by a queer effigy, in a small farthingale, tightly laced bodice, and cap without borders, and looks much like a small Dutch frow of 15. Such was, however, the costume worn by infants at this era. The king was engaged on a western progress, and did not return till some days after his daughter's death. The queen retired, during the morning, to Hampton Court, where she completely secluded herself from state ceremonial, so that Rowland White wrote to Lord Shrewsbury, "The court officers had leave to play, and are gone every one to his own home. Only Lord Salisbury went to Hampton Court to comfort the queen." This prime minister held up the queen's example of patience to his wife, and begged Lord Shrewsbury to tell her, "that some ladies take crosses with more resignation than she would. For my mistress the queen, though she felt her loss naturally, yet now it is irrevocable, she taketh it very well and wisely." Notwithstanding these zealous commendations from the pen of the prime minister, the queen sometimes fell out with the little man. Her points of difference with him were regarding the great sums she expended in building and improving Somerset House, which she chose to be called Denmark House. One day, when she found he was opposed to her extravagance, she told him in a rage, "that the king had 100 servants that were as able to do him service as he was." "Yes, madam," replied the earl, "but they must first serve out their apprenticeship." Her majesty's animosity did not last long. The Earl of Salisbury had been used to flatter adroitly the caprices of female royalty, to which, indeed, he had served his apprenticeship in the reign of Elizabeth. He put himself to great expense in a New Year's gift, for Queen Anne, of a grand bed of green velvet, richly embroidered. The succeeding summer the king bent his progress towards Northamptonshire, leaving the queen to preside over the court in the metropolis. He visited Holdenby, and was sojourning at the ancient royal palace there on the 5th of August, the anniversary of the Gowrie conspiracy, when Bishop Andrews preached a Thanksgiving sermon. The same day he rode to Bletsoe, the seat of Lord St. John, whence he dispatched a singular letter to his prime minister, Lord Salisbury, in which he affected a jocular jealousy of the queen's affections. It is addressed to "my little beagle." This epithet was given to Salisbury by the king, in reference to his diminutive person, and to his sagacity in scenting out political plots. The letter is partly written in cipher. The king designates the nobleman he supposes in gallant attendance on the queen by the figure 3. The explanation is not preserved, but as the king jokes on his grey hairs and celibacy, one of the antiquated gallants of the Elizabethan court of high rank is meant. Lord Northampton, the youngest son of the gifted Earl of Surrey, seems the man. My little beagle. Ye and your fellows there are so proud now that ye have gotten the guiding again of a feminine court in the old fashion, that I know not how to deal with ye. Ye sit at your ease and direct all. The news from all parts of the world comes to you in your chamber. The king's own resolutions depend on your posting dispatches, and when ye list ye can, sitting on your bedsides, with one call, or whistling in your fist, make him, the king, post night and day till he come unto your presence. Well, I know Suffolk is married, and for your part, Maester 10, who are wifeless, I cannot but be jealous of your greatness with my wife. But most of all, I am suspicious of 3, who is so lately fallen in acquaintance with my wife. His face is so amiable, as it is able to entice, and his fortune hath ever been to be great with she saints. But his part is wrong in this, that never having taken a wife himself in his youth, He cannot now be content with his gray hairs to avoid another man's wife. But for expiation of this sin, I hope ye have all three taken ane cup of thankfulness for the occasion, which fell out at a time when ye durst not avow me." This was the anniversary of the Gowrie plot, 1608, which King James caused to be observed in England, as well as Scotland, with solemn thanksgiving. Of course, Cecil and his colleagues durst not avow him as their king when it happened, because it was during the lifetime of Queen Elizabeth. The king concludes this queer epistle with this allusion to its recent celebration at Holdenby. "And here hath been this day kept the feast of King James's delivery at St. John's Town, in St. John's house. All other matters I refer to the old knave, the bearer's report. And so fare ye well. James R." The queen joined her consort the next month in a visit to the Earl of Arundel, her majesty having promised to stand sponsor to his infant. Better times had dawned on the noble representatives of the ducal house of Howard since the unfortunate Philip Howard, Earl of Arundel, had pined to death in the Tower. The long-suffering Countess of Arundel was now the happy grandmother of a lovely race, restored to the proud hopes of their birth. If it was not for the power of James I to revenge himself on his mother's foes, to do him justice, he never forgot her friends. He bestowed the staff of hereditary Earl Marshal to its rightful owner, and other marks of favour. Queen Anne and her eldest son became sponsors for the second child of Lord and Lady Arundel, as the king had given his name to the elder. How they settled the fiercely disputed points of the ancient and the recently established churches in the rites of baptism, the Dowager Countess Arundel does not say. Perhaps the infant was only name-child to the royal visitors. The noble mother of the infant was much afraid lest it should die out of the pale of Christianity, because the queen's ill health and the death of her own children had prevented her from fulfilling her promise. At last, the matter was happily accomplished September 15, 1608, and the young Howard named by the Prince of Wales, his own name reversed, Frederick Henry. "And the Queen's Majesty," writes the Dowager Lady Arundel, "and the sweet prince and my Lady Elizabeth's grace were all well pleased for anything I saw or heard, only the foul weather kept back the pretty duke." This was Charles, Duke of York. Economy could never be reckoned among the royal virtues of Anne of Denmark. She was melancholy and dispirited in the winter of 1609. On inquiry, it was found that she was in debt, and her jointure was not fully to her liking. Wherefore, to give her contentment, the king added to it £3,000 per annum out of the customs, with £20,000 to pay her debts. With this reinforcement of funds, she commenced the summer progress with great spirit, though a disaster, which happened at Royston, July 24th, had nearly put an end to her hunting that year. "Yesternight," says Lord Worcester, in one of his amusing, gossiping court journals, "about 10 or 11 o'clock, the king's stable fell on fire by the negligence of setting a candle on a post, which fell into the litter, and set the place in flames. 20 or 30 horses were in the stables. I waited on the king, as my duty was, with the news. Out of 4 horses that were burnt, he lost a pad horse. I lost another. He one hunter, I another. All saddles were burnt." Those who have seen what capacious machines saddles were in those days, especially the demi-pique saddles of this very Earl of Worcester, in which he sat entrenched as in a fortification, will conclude this loss was by no means a slight one. The queen had her share in the disaster, for her coach harness was burnt. While this tragedy was acting, it was worth hearing the reports here. Some said it was a new gunpowder treason. An Englishman swore he saw a Scotchman, with a link, fire the stable. Others said it was a device to set the stable on fire to draw all the guard thither, that they might work some evil to the royal family. But God be thanked, neither king, queen, or prince slept the worst, or ever waked until the morning at their usual hour. One of the proudest and happiest periods of Queen Anne's life was that in which her eldest son was created Prince of Wales. This august ceremony had been delayed till the noble-minded boy could enter into all the historical interest of the scene. It was celebrated not only with the splendor of the state pageantry, but heralded with all the glory of poetry, being illustrated by the Queen's favorite dramatist, Ben Jonson, in verses which finally recapitulated the deeds of Henry Stuart's predecessors in the dignity of Prince of Wales. This address was mixed with a masque, in which the prince was represented as waking and reviving the dying genius of chivalry. A Prince of Wales had not been created since the time of Henry VIII, as a youth was invested with that dignity. The Queen, the Princess, and King James, and the little Prince Charles stood in the Privy Gallery at Westminster Old Palace to see Prince Henry's arrival from Richmond, his own private residence, whence he came in state down the Thames, escorted by the Lord Mayor and city authorities in their gay barges. London, as usual, contributed its thousands, who, floating in their pleasure boats on the Thames, rendered their voluntary assistance in the gay aquatic procession. The prince landed at the Queen's Bridge, Westminster, May 31, 1610, and was received by his delighted mother in the Privy Chamber. But the grand festival prepared by her did not commence till some days after, when the Prince of Wales was introduced in state by his father to the assembled Houses of Parliament, and his solemn investiture took place June 4th. The next day the Queen appointed for her second grand masque, in honor of her darling son, in which she personally took a part, with her ladies and her little son, Prince Charles, who had by this time overcome the weakness of his early years, and grown a very beautiful boy. This glorious masque was not written by Ben Jonson, yet by a poet of no mean order, Daniels, the tutor and biographer of the celebrated heiress of the House of Clifford. The whole court of England, Queen, Princess Royal, their kinswoman, Lady Arabella Stuart, the noble Clifford heiress, and all the aristocratic beauties of the day were busy devising robes, arranging jewels, and practicing steps and movements for this beautiful poem of action, in which music, painting, dancing, and decoration, guided by the taste of Inigo Jones, were all called into employment to make the Palace of Whitehall a scene of enchantment. These beautiful masques were the origin of the opera, but how lifeless in poetic spirit, how worthless in sentiment and association of ideas, is the tawdry child of modern times when compared to its predecessor. Coarse and common as the boards of a theatre, compared with the marble floors and inlaid parquets of princely Whitehall, once trod by the lovely ladies and chivalric peers of the olden time. It was a beautiful idea in this masque to cause the court ladies to personate the nymphs of the principal rivers, which belonged to the estates of their fathers or husbands. The Queen represented Tethys, the Empress of Streams. Her daughter Elisabeth, Princess Royal, was the nymph of Thames. Lady Arabella Stuart, the nymph of Trent. The Countess of Arundel, the Arun. The Countess of Derby, the nymph of Derwent. Lady Anne Clifford represented the naiad of her native air, the lovely river of her feudal domain of Skipton. The Countess of Essex, then a beautiful girl of 14, unscathed as yet by the blight of evil, was the nymph of Lee. Lady Haddington, as daughter of the Earl of Sussex, represented the River Rother, and Lady Elizabeth Grey, daughter of the Earl of Kent, the Medway. The little Prince Charles, in the character of Zephyr, was to deliver the Queen's presents, attended by 12 little ladies, to his elder brother, the newly created Prince of Wales. This was the ostensible business of the masque, which was thus mingled with historical reality. 8 of the handsomest noblemen of the court performed as Tritons, and were the partners and attendants of the river nymphs. These Tritons commenced the masque by the following song in 4 parts, accompanied by the soft music of 12 lutes. It was addressed to the Queen as the River Empress Tethys, and is not unworthy of that thrice glorious era of British poetry. Youth of the spring, mild Zephyrus, blow fair, and breathe the joyful air, which Tethys wishes may attend this day. Who comes her royal self to pay the vows her heart presents to these fair compliments. Breathe out new flowers which never yet were known unto the spring nor blown before this time to beautify the earth, and as this day gives birth unto new types of state, so let it bliss create. Bear Tethys' message to the ocean king, say how she joys to bring delight unto his islands and his seas, and tell Miladies, the offspring of his blood, how she applauds his good. The chief Triton then deposited the queen's presents, which were a cross-handled sword, enriched with gems, to the value of 4,000 pounds, and a scarf of her own work for the Prince of Wales, and a golden trident for King James, as King of the Ocean. The Triton then spoke this address in allusion to his royal mistress and her attendant nymphs. From that intelligence which moves the sphere of circling waves, the mighty Tethys, queen of nymphs and rivers, will here straight appear, and in human character be seen. For she resolves to adorn this festal day with her all-gracing presence and the train of some choice nymphs she pleased to call away from several rivers which they entertain. And first the lovely nymph of stately Thames, the darling of the ocean, summoned is, then those of Trent and Arun's graceful streams, the Derwent next with clear-waved worthiness, the beauteous nymph of crystal streaming Lee gives next attendance, then the nymph of air, with modest motion, makes her sweet repair. The nymph of Severn follows in degree, with ample streams of grace, and next to her the cheerful nymph of Rother doth appear, with comely Medway, ornament of Kent, and then 4 goodly nymphs that beautify Camber's fair shores, and all that continent. The graces of clear Usk, Olway, Dulles, and Wye, all these within the goodly spacious bay of manifold unharbouring Milford meet, the happy port of Union which gave way to that great hero, Henry, and his fleet. The nymphs of Milford Haven rivers, named in this poem, were personated by Lady Catherine Petre, Lady Elisabeth Guilford, Lady Windsor, and Lady Winter, and the first scene represented the scenery of Milford Haven and Henry VII's fleet. The ante-masque commenced with the appearance of little Prince Charles and his young ladies. They were all of his own age and height. They were the daughters of earls or barons, and personated the naiads of springs and fountains. Prince Charles was dressed as Zephyr in a short robe of green satin, embroidered with gold flowers. Behind his shoulders were 2 silver wings, and a fine lawn aureole, which Inigo Jones is much puzzled to describe. On his head was a garland of flowers of all colors. His right arm was bare, on which the queen had clasped one of her bracelets of inestimable diamonds. His little naiads were dressed in satin tunics of the palest water blue, embroidered with silver flowers. Their tresses were hanging down in waving curls, and their heads were crowned with garlands of water flowers. The ballet was so contrived that Charles always danced encircled by these fair children. They had been so well trained that they danced to admiration and formed the prettiest sight in the world. This infant ballet was rapturously applauded by the whole court. When the first dance was ended, the scene of Milford Haven was suddenly withdrawn, and the queen, as Tethys, was seen seated in glorious splendor on a throne of silver rocks. Round her throne were niches, representing little caverns, in which her attendant river nymphs were grouped. Her daughter, the Princess Elisabeth, as the nymph of Thames, was seated at her royal mother's feet. There were dolphins in every shade of silver, and shells and seaweed in every colored burnish could be devised. Glittering waterfalls and cataracts gleamed round the grotto, in which the noble river nymphs were grouped about the throne of the queen. Her headdress was a murex shell, formed as a helmet, ornamented with coral. A veil of silver gossamer floated from it. A bodice of sky-colored silk was branched with silver seaweed. A half-tunic of silver gauze, branched with gold seaweed, was worn over a train of sky-colored silk, figured with columns of white lace, of seaweed pattern. All this would have been elegant and appropriate enough, only it is to be feared that it was rendered ridiculous by being worn with a monstrous farthingale, for, whether arrayed in courtly costume or in a hunting dress, Anne of Denmark was never seen without that appendage, in its most exaggerated amplitude. As Inigo Jones mentions the high ruff she added to the costume of the river goddess Tethys, there is little doubt that she likewise afflicted the classical contrivers of the mask by assuming a farthingale as large as a modern tea-table. As the poem, which explained the motive of the masque, proceeded, the reciter put into the hands of Prince Charles the trident, which he gave to his father, and the queen's splendid present of the sword and scarf, which he gave to his brother, the Prince of Wales. His next office was to court her majesty to descend from her throne and dance her ballet with her river nymphs. The little prince, having performed all appointed devoirs, with much grace and self-possession, returned to the middle of the stage, where he and all his little ladies went through another dance of the most intricate changes. They then gave way for the queen's quadrille. And by the time that was finished, the summer sun showed traces of his rising, and the courtly revellers retreated to bed. So closed a festival which was probably the happiest in the life of Anne of Denmark, if we may judge by the acute sorrow with which her memory in after days recurred to it. End of section 30. Section 31 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 3, Part 3. Prince Charles, having now attained as much strength as his royal parents could desire, and with it a very considerable share of beauty, was taken from his tender nurse, Lady Carey, and placed under the care of masters, selected by his brother, the Prince of Wales. Sometimes the prince would tease him, and even make him weep, telling him that if, as he grew up, his legs were not handsome, he should make him take orders, and give him the Archbishopric of Canterbury, because the robes of the church would hide all defects. However, in the fullness of time, says one of Charles's historians, when he began to look man in the face, those tender limbs began to knit and consolidate, and the most eminently famed for manly and martial exercises were forced to yield him the garland. The queen retained her girlish petulance after she had been for years a matron, and even when she was the mother of a grown-up son. That son, the joy of her heart and the pride of her existence, sometimes used a playful management to obtain peace in the circle of royal domesticity, where occasional outbreaks of temper on the part of her majesty produced at times considerable disquiet. With this very justifiable view, Prince Henry wrote the following letter, in which he mediates, with wonderful tact, considering that he was but 16, between his father's jealousy of the queen's want of attention to his gout and her infirmity of temper, if subjected to the slightest reproof or contradiction. Henry, Prince of Wales, to King James. According to your majesty's commandment, I made your excuse unto the queen for not sending her a token by me, and alleged that your majesty had a quarrel with her for not writing an answer to your second letter, written to her from Royston, when your foot was sore, nor making mention of receiving that letter in her next, some 10 days after. Whereas, in your majesty's former journey to Royston, when you first took the pain in your foot, she sent one on purpose to visit you. Her answer was, that she had either written or dreamed it, and upon supposing so, had told first my Lord Hay, and next Sir Thomas Somerset, that she had written. I durst not reply as you directed, that your majesty was afraid lest she should return to her old bias, for fear such a word might have set her in the way of it, and besides made me a peace breaker, which I would eschew. Otherwise most happy, when favoured by your majesty's commandments, is he who, kissing your majesty's hands, is your majesty's most dutiful son and obedient servant. Henry. It is amusing to note the judgment displayed by so young a man on the delicate point of saying too much in the mediation of a matrimonial dispute. The queen's old bias, to which he feared she would return, was indulgence in sullenness for a length of time, if contradicted or reproved. His careful abstinence from mischief-making, by declining to repeat to his mother messages sent in a passion by his father, proves that the praises of wisdom lavished on this prince by his country were by no means exaggerated, because temper and forbearance exercised in the domestic connections of life is one of the highest proofs of elevation of character. The queen always manifested the utmost disgust at the spirit of injustice and rapacity she found prevalent at the English court. No new traits, as the preceding memorials of the Tudor courts may witness. She carefully guarded, by her advice, her young friend, Lady Anne Clifford, from being plundered by the venal swarm who watched round the king for prey. George, Earl of Cumberland, preferred his brother to his daughter, and disinherited her illegally. The king wished the young lady, who appealed to law, to submit to a private arbitration from those he should appoint. But Queen Anne the Dane, says the Lady Anne, admonished me to submit to no such decision. This is the first instance which can be quoted of sensible advice given by the queen, but from this time, incidents frequently occur which show her capable of right judgment, as well as good feeling. She saw with infinite aversion the increasing profligacy of Carr and his faction, who were completely reckless in their abuse of the king's favor. The functions of a court favorite, in earlier times, are little understood at the present era. In the 16th and even in the 17th century, the office of king or queen's favorite was more distinctly defined than that of prime minister. In the Dark Ages, a monarch was expected to be himself his own prime minister and general. When he became something more than the leader of a barbarous horde, such tasks could not be performed by him singly, and he naturally called in the aid of any friend whose conversation was most agreeable to him. If this assistant was not a dignitary of the church, he was viewed invidiously by the people and called a favorite. Sometimes churchmen were hated as favorites, but this was seldom, for the power of governing communities systematically was the great science of the prelates of the ancient church. But these sagacious observers of their fellow creatures could only preside over the civil department of the state. The king's lay favorite usually superintended the armed barbarians who constituted the military force. But woe betided him and his master, if the military leader or lay courtier aspired to the office of prime minister, and laid his unprivileged hand on the ark of the civil government, as may be seen by the fates of Hubert de Burgh, Gaveston, Despenser, Michael de la Pole, and many others. The Reformation brought as great a revolution in the business of state in this island as it did in the religious ritual. Laymen now performed all the offices of government, civil as well as military, and divided their labors into numerous offices. But the king, in whose person was combined all reverence formerly shared between the regal and pontifical offices, interfered unavoidably in the guidance of the whole machinery. A mediator was soon found necessary between the ministers and the monarch, a person sufficiently beloved by him to induce him to attend, at proper seasons, to the dispatch of business, and to learn his will in matters on which he would not give distinct orders, but expected his ministers to know his pleasure intuitively. Instances occur of queen consorts taking upon them this diplomatic office, and there is reason to believe that Anne of Denmark had thus interfered much in the government in Scotland, but after she became queen consort of England, she sedulously avoided all state business, leaving it wholly to the demi-official, called the king's favorite, a person regarding whom, by the way, the king always required her to go through the ceremony of recommending to him. The royal favorite in the 16th and 17th centuries filled the office of confidential secretary, which included that of decipherer of the private letters received by the king and queen, the most important part of whose correspondence was, in that intriguing era, written in cipher. The office was, therefore, no sinecure. It required the possession of considerable acquirements, and if these were united to strong mental abilities, the favorite became a formidable power behind the throne. The king himself tried to educate Carr, but his capacity was so mean that, shrinking from the onerous tasks laid upon him, he clandestinely obtained the assistance of his friend, Sir Thomas Overbury. This person was clever and learned, but arrogant and ambitious in no slight degree. He was resolved not to be kept in the background, and by way of proving how deeply he was concerned in state secrets, he talked publicly of the contents of some of the queen's letters which had passed through his hands. In all probability, it was this breach of official confidence in regard to the private letters of the royal family, which occasioned the great aversion Anne of Denmark always manifested to Overbury. This occasioned her to write to the Earl of Salisbury the following letter, preserved by Bishop Goodman, with the explanation that the term of "that fellow" alludes to Overbury. My lord, the king hath told me that he will advise with you, and some 4 or 5 of the council, of that fellow. I can say no more, either to make you understand the matter or my mind, than I said the other day. Only I recommend to your care, or attention, how public the matter is now, both in court and city, and how far I have reason in that respect. I refer the rest to this bearer, and myself to your love. Anna R. On the death of the Earl of Salisbury, May 16, 1612, Robert Carr, who had been recently advanced to the titles of Viscount Rochester and Earl of Somerset, succeeded to the public offices of that statesman, and he and his friend Overbury became more arrogant and offensive than ever, and at the same time more than ever the objects of Anne of Denmark's dislike, which she certainly did not manifest in a very dignified manner. One day, Somerset and Sir Thomas Overbury were walking in the Queen's private garden, when Her Majesty was looking out of the window, and she evinced her spleen at the sight of them by saying aloud to her attendants, "There goes Somerset and his governor." At that instant, Sir Thomas Overbury burst into a loud laugh, and the Queen, forgetting that she had begun the hostility, imagined that he had overheard her words, and derided her, upon which she brought a bitter complaint of his insolence to the king. Overbury, however, explained that he did not hear what Her Majesty was pleased to say, but his laughter proceeded from his friend, the Earl of Somerset, having repeated to him a right merry jest King James had made that day at dinner. The Queen was forced, on account of this adroit explanation, to remit Overbury's punishment, but soon after he thought proper to enter her garden and march backwards and forwards before her bay window with his hat on, though she was sitting there. For this contempt she prevailed on the king to commit him to the Tower, where he remained a few days. These seem very trifling offences to raise a desire of vengeance in the breast of a queen who had shown so many traits of good nature, but the flagrancy of Somerset's deeds makes her aversion to his whole clique almost an act of virtue. The Queen was persuaded by her son, Henry, Prince of Wales, to attend at Woolwich the launch of one of the largest ships that had ever been added to the British Navy. It was built by the prince's favorite naval architect, Phineas Pett. Young as Henry was, he had already supported this valuable servant of the country against the insolence and oppression of the arbitrary junta, of which the king's favorite, Somerset, was the tool. The Queen threw all her influence in the support of her virtuous and right-judging son, not because he was virtuous and just, but because her strong maternal instinct and her queenly pride were alike centered in her firstborn, who was the darling of her heart and the delight of her eyes. The prince expected that every underhand malicious project would be employed against his protégé, Phineas Pett, by Carr and his faction. At the momentous crisis of the launch, he, therefore, was determined to be on the ship's deck at the time she went off. The Queen and her train went on board the mighty fabric, and examined it before they took their places in the stand, from whence they expected to see it dash into the Thames. Phineas Pett himself wrote a quaint narrative of the scene. He says, "The noble prince himself, accompanied by the Lord Admiral, was on the poop, where the great standing gilt cup was ready filled to name the good ship as soon as she were afloat, according to ancient custom and ceremony performed at such times, by drinking part of the wine, giving the ship her name, and then heaving the cup overboard." This is the only record of an ancient custom, probably derived from pagan times, when old Father Thames and his naiads were thus propitiated, even as the Adriatic by the ring of gems yearly flung by the Doge of Venice from the deck of the Bucentaur. Prince Henry had, however, resolved to preserve the cup and place it in the hands of the worthy naval architect, but unfortunately the ship, though she moved majestically forward for a few moments, stopped halfway, and positively refused to take her plunge into the river. Witchcraft was instantly suspected, for the ship remained stationary, and the royal party waited hour after hour. At 5 in the afternoon, the queen and all her train departed to Greenwich Palace, where the royal household abode at that time. Prince Henry stayed a good time after their majesties were gone, conferring with the Lord Admiral and Pett as to what was best to be done. He then took horse and rode after the queen to Greenwich, but returned at midnight, when the ship was successfully launched, and the prince brought the good news himself to their majesties at Greenwich Palace. In the autumn of 1612, the remains of Mary Queen of Scots were, by the orders of King James, transferred with royal pomp to the costly sepulchre he had previously prepared in Westminster Abbey. Popular superstition was on the qui vive at this occurrence, and the curious superstition was repeated that the grave was never disturbed of a deceased member of a family, without death claiming one or more of that family as prey, and when the promising heir of Great Britain, Henry Prince of Wales, began to droop with ill health, the foreboding was deemed amply fulfilled. Like his ill-fated grandfather, Lord Darnley, he was a very handsome, lang lad, having attained the height of 6 feet before his 17th year, and having a fair complexion and Grecian profile. An unhealthy season was only required for the national pest of consumption to claim such a person as her own. As the personal prowess of the champion was still required by this semi-barbarous age in a prince, greater exertions had been made by Henry in the tilt-yard than suited the strength of a rapidly growing youth. He had likewise injured his health by swimming after supper in the Thames when he was residing at his palaces of Ham and Richmond. Towards the end of September 1612, his illness could not be concealed by any exertions of his own, and his cough excited the alarm of his mother, when he joined the royal party on a homeward progress from the Midland counties. An intermittent fever attacked him after his return to St. James's, and for these fevers no specific was then known. They were the scourge of our island, and generally in the autumn degenerated into the worst species of typhus. The arrival of the Count Palatine in England to receive the hand of his sister Elisabeth caused Henry to rally and struggle a little time against his fatal illness. The queen had ambitiously set her mind on an alliance with Spain. She wished the prince to marry an infanta, and her daughter Elisabeth to be given in wedlock to the young king of Spain. She had greatly raised the suspicions and exasperated the Protestant prejudices of her subjects by carrying on a secret diplomatic treaty with the Spanish government respecting these marriages. Her son Henry, though he took no part in the polemic cant of the day, was a well-disciplined Protestant, and in his early wisdom foresaw that a royal household divided in religion could not prosper. He therefore declined a union with a Catholic princess of any country, and earnestly promoted the wedlock of his sister with a Protestant prince, though of inferior rank. The excessive love which the queen bore her son caused her to withdraw her active opposition to the union of her daughter with Frederick, Count Palatine. She received this prince on his arrival with a sort of displeased quietude, and only vented her displeasure by little taunts in private, calling her daughter, whom she hoped to see a queen of first rank in Europe, good wife, and Mistress Palgrave. The Prince of Wales struggled against his fatal illness, and was able to go through the ceremonies of welcoming the princely stranger he was anxious to call brother. The royal family had promised to dine in great state with the Lord Mayor on the 24th of October, when the Prince of Wales became so violently ill that he was forced to keep his bed. He was worse on the 29th, when, to the great terror of the populace, that phenomenon, a lunar rainbow, occurred, and lasted 7 hours. To the excited imaginations of the beholders, it seemed to span exactly that part of St. James's Palace where the sick prince's apartments were situated. The people stood about the palace in crowds, foreboding the most fatal results from this aerial phenomenon. They were so far right that meteors seldom occur, excepting in most insalubrious seasons. The prince had been visited by the queen and his beloved sister Elisabeth when he was first confined to the house. The intermittent soon after was declared to have degenerated into a putrid fever, virulently infectious, and the royal family were debarred from approaching him. The queen had always manifested a childish terror of contagion, nor could the love she bore her eldest son surmount her fears for her own life, but she remained in a pitiable state of wretchedness. In this perturbation, she sent to Sir Walter Raleigh, with whom she had frequently conversed, to request of him a nostrum she had formerly taken with success in an ague, which she thought would cure her son. Sir Walter had been regarded with some favour by the prince, and was now overwhelmed with sorrow for his danger, which traversed all the hopes he had formed for better times for himself. He had great faith in the piece of quackery which the queen approved, and sent it for the use of the prince, unfortunately accompanied with a letter to her majesty containing the empirical assertion that it would cure all mortal malady excepting poison. The queen sent the nostrum to her dying son. It was apparently some very strong stimulant, for he revived a little after swallowing it, but he expired nevertheless just before midnight, on the 5th of November, 1612. The people were swarming round St. James's Palace, ever and anon, pausing from the grotesque and quaint pageantry with which they kept the anniversary of Gunpowder Plot, to listen and gather the news of his last agonies. He had been prayed for as one in extremity in the service of commemoration of that day, and the Catholics, to whom the 5th of November was often a period of severe persecution, had not scrupled to recriminate a judgment. London must have presented a strange scene that night of the 5th of November. Crowds blocked up every avenue, from St. James's Palace to Somerset House. Some wept and groaned and howled, as tidings of the increasing death pangs of the heir of England were brought out to them from time to time. Their cries were even heard round the bed of Henry. The fiercer fanatics celebrated the Gunpowder Plot festival, and the idle and mischievous added their restlessness to the agitated multitude. The queen, under the terrors of infection, had retired from Whitehall to her own palace of Somerset House, and there she was when the news of her son's demise was brought to her. The revulsion she felt was dreadful, for a few hours before she had been informed that the nostrum of Sir Walter Raleigh was working wonders. Rage mingled with the paroxysms of her grief and despair. She recalled the message of Sir Walter Raleigh, that his nostrum cured all fevers, but those produced by poison. And in her ravings she declared her dear son had had foul play, and was the victim of some murderous poisoner. The sinister-visaged Sir Thomas Overbury, with his arrogant pretensions and dark working intellect, mysteriously eked out the paucity of his patron's capacity, was the object of the wretched queen's suspicions. He was still in the full sunshine of Somerset's favour, and an uncompromising antipathy had existed between the virtuous Prince of Wales and the profligate favourite. All suspicions of this kind would, in these times, have at once been silenced by the report of the physicians, who made a post-mortem examination of the prince's body. The minutes of their report, still extant, have brought historical conviction that he died a natural death. The queen herself was probably convinced by them when the effervescence of grief had subsided, for she certainly had sufficient intellect to be amenable to the testimony of science, since it was her particular request that the body of her little daughter Mary might be opened and the cause of her death ascertained, a circumstance which shows she had more strength of mind than many mothers in this enlightened era. Nevertheless, the words she uttered in the first delirium of her grief were quite sufficient to form the foundation of horrid calumnies in an age when scandal was more shamelessly reckless than at any time, since the human tongue had acquired skill in falsehood. The poor king was not spared in these reports, but surely never did calumny wickeder work than when it insinuated that James I had, even in thought, harmed his son. Whatever errors King James might have regarding political economy, his conduct was admirable as a father. He had given Henry an education which was a model for all princes, not by lucky accident, but with earnest intent, founded on proper principles, and the result was excellent. And, moreover, the most familiar friendship reigned among the royal family. The king had shown manly courage when the fever assumed an infectious character. He disregarded all the medical warnings, and remained by the bedside of his son, while the disease was at its worst, till the prince lost his senses in the agonies of death. Then the miserable father, sick and wretched, retired to Theobald's, but in the restlessness of his suspense, he would return to the vicinity of the metropolis, and took up his abode in the house of Sir Walter Cope, at Kensington, now Holland House. Of this place he was quickly weary, wrote Mr. Chamberlain, in one of his news letters to Sir Dudley Carleton, for he said the wind blew through the walls, and he could not be warm in his bed. In short, the impatient anguish with which both the king and queen took the death of their son rather scandalized all the religious professors at their court. The marriage of the Princess Elizabeth had been long deferred by the sickness, death, and burial of the Prince of Wales, and the Count Palatine had remained in England several months at a great expense and inconvenience. It was, therefore, needful that the betrothal and marriage should take place as soon as possible after the funeral. The queen was too ill and dejected to be present at the betrothment of her daughter, which was done while the court and even the fiancée herself wore mourning. The marriage took place on the 14th of February, 3 months after the death of the prince, when the queen was present, and was inclined to more maternal kindness towards her son-in-law than she had yet shown, in remembrance of the brotherly friendship he had testified towards her lost son, when on his deathbed, and when he attended his body to the grave. The queen was present when her daughter Elisabeth and the Count Palatine were united at Whitehall Chapel. It was the first royal marriage celebrated according to the form of the common prayer in England. From these ancestors, her present majesty derives her hereditary title to the English throne. When the Princess Elizabeth finally departed from England with her spouse, the queen sunk into a depression of health and spirits, which gave some cause of fear for her life. She was advised by her physicians to try the waters of Bath to renovate her constitution, and accordingly she commenced a western progress in the following April. She was entertained on the way at Caversham House, the seat of Lord Knollys. She was welcomed at various stations in the avenue and gardens, with a champre masque by Campion, of the same species as Ben Jonson's elegant dramatic poem of the Fairies, from which specimens have been given. Her Majesty in the evening was so much pleased with the continuation of the same masque that, forgetting her ill health, she vouchsafed to make herself the head of the revels, and graciously to adorn the place with her personal dancing. Lord and Lady Knollys, the 4 sons of the Lord Chamberlain, Sir Henry Carey, and Lord Dorset, were the performers in the masque. The queen spent the rest of the spring at Bath. She seemed to derive benefit from the springs, though she was once, while bathing, terribly frightened by a natural phenomenon, which appeared when she was in the king's bath. Close by her there ascended, from the bottom of the cistern, a flame of fire, like a candle, which rose to the surface of the bath, and spread into a large circle of light on top of the water, to the great consternation and alarm of the queen, who certainly believed it a supernatural messenger from the world below, and nothing could induce her to enter the king's bath again. The physicians in vain assured her that the apparition proceeded from a natural cause. Her fears were far from being appeased by their explanations, so she betook herself to a bath, which a benevolent citizen had secured, on the dissolution of the monasteries for the use of the poor. Here, being assured that no subaqueous candles ever intruded themselves, she bathed during her stay. The citizens ornamented the bath she used with a cross and the crown of England, and the inscription in gold of Anna Regina Sacrum. From that time it has borne the appellation of the Queen's Bath. The hateful and disgraceful proceedings of the divorce of Lady Frances Howard from her husband, the Earl of Essex, took place whilst the Queen was absent in the West, the same spring. As she was by no means concerned in any part of that iniquitous business, its discussion is gladly avoided here. In her homeward return, the Queen was encountered on Salisbury Plain, near a wild ravine, by the Rev. George Ferraby, who had instructed his parishioners in church music. He approached the queen's carriage and entreated that her majesty would be pleased to listen to a concert performed by them. When the queen signified her assent, there rose out of the ravine a handsome company of the worthy churchman's parishioners, dressed as druids, and as British shepherds and shepherdesses, who sang a greeting, beginning with these words, to a melody which greatly pleased the musical taste of her majesty. Shine, O shine, thou sacred star, on Seelie shepherd swains. We should suppose, from the commencing words, that this poem had originally been a nativity hymn pertaining to the ancient church, and it is possible that the melody might be traced to the same source. For the great English sacred composers, Tallis, Boulais, and Bull, evidently caught the last echoes of the cloister ere those strains were silenced forever in the land. The music, the voices, and the romantic dresses, so well corresponding with the mysterious spot where this pastoral concert was stationed, greatly captivated the imagination of the queen. She appointed the Reverend George Ferraby one of her chaplains, and always regarded him and his compositions with a considerable degree of favor. The queen was usually involved in pecuniary difficulties. Notwithstanding the enormous increase to her income granted by the king, she had incurred debts in the years 1613 and 1614. The genius of Sir Walter Scott, in its comic mood, has often made our readers laugh at the simplification presented by Richard Monopoles to James I. Yet a more naive and characteristic supplication could scarcely have been devised than the following, which was presented by Harriet himself to the consort of that king. To the Queen's most excellent Majesty, the humble petition of George Heriot, your Majesty's servant. Most humbly showeth, that whereas, the last time your gracious Majesty was pleased to admit your servant to your royal presence, it had pleased your Highness to regret your gracious intentions towards the payment of your debts, were much hindered by the scarcity of your Majesty's treasure. Whereupon your suppliant did resolve, and as he still doeth, to forbear to trouble or importune your Majesty, until it should please God to second your royal disposition with greater plenty than now is. Only his most humble suit at this time is in regard to the extreme burden of interests wherewith he is borne down, and which he must shortly pay or perish, together with some other urgent necessities, that your Majesty will be graciously pleased to give your Highness's warrant to the right honourable the Lord for the discharge of the raiment or remnant of the account acknowledged under your Majesty's hand and directed to the Lord Knevet in anno 1613, together with some other little things, delivered for your Majesty to Arthur Beaudrain, page, for your Majesty's use, in July and August last past, and your petitioner shall ever pray, etc. About this period of her life, after her recovery from the deep dejection that followed the loss of her son, she caused her favorite artist, Van Somers, to paint several portraits in different costumes, which still remain at Hampton Court. Her costume, when she followed the chase, must occasion both amusement and amazement to persons interested in hunting. In the first place, she was pleased to ride hunting on a peaceable-looking, fat sorrel steed, with a long cream-colored mane, altogether looking as if it claimed kindred with that valuable breed of cart-horse called the Suffolk Punch, good creatures, but never meant for the sports of the field. When mounted on this most unique hunter, she wore a monstrous farthingale of dark green velvet, made with a long tall-waisted bodice, a very queer grey beaver hat, of the clerical shape, called a shovel, with a gold band and a profusion of fire-coloured plumes, and this formidable head tire is mounted on a high head of hair, like a periwig, elaborately curled and frizzed. The corsage of the gown is cut very low, but the bosom is covered with a transparent chemisette and a Brussels lace collar, and Brussels lace cuffs of 3 tiers. Buff leather gloves with gauntlet tops complete this inimitable hunting dress. The queen's features are rather handsome. She has lively brown eyes, a clear complexion, and an aquiline nose, which droops a little towards the mouth. The expression of her face is good-natured, but rather bold and confident. Sometimes when hunting, the queen took crossbow in hand and shot at the deer from a stand, but the only instance recorded of Her Majesty's exploits in hitting a living object is that she killed King James's beloved dog Jewel, or Jowler, his special and most favorite hound. The king, seeing his canine darling lie dead, stormed exceedingly for a while, before anyone dared tell him who had done the deed. At last one of the queen's attendants ventured to break the matter to him, saying, that the unlucky shaft proceeded from the hand of Her Majesty, which suddenly pacified him in the midst of his wrath. It seemed, said the writer of the letter which preserves this odd incident, that the affection of King James for his queen increases with time, for they never were on better terms. He sent word to her not to be concerned at the accident, for he should never love her the worse. Next day he sent her a jewel worth 2,000 pounds, pretending it was a legacy from his dear dead dog. The queen's little dogs wear ornamented collars, around which are embossed in gold the letters A.R. They are miniature greyhounds, a size larger than Italian greyhounds. These little creatures, we think, were at the time used for hunting hares. The queen holds a crimson cord in her hand, to which 2 of these dogs are linked. It is long enough to allow them to run in the leash by her side, when on horseback. A very small greyhound is begging, by putting its paws against her green cut velvet farthingale, as if jealous of her attention. The whole composition of this historical portrait recalls, in strong caricature, the elegant lines of Dryden. The graceful goddess was arrayed in green, about her feet were little beagles seen, who watched, with upward eyes, the movements of their queen. The building seen in the picture behind the queen's left shoulder represents the lower court of Hampton Court Palace, before the trees had grown up by the wall bounding the green, or the gate was altered by Charles II. It has been said the scene was Theobald's, the queen's favorite hunting palace, now defunct. But many of the features still coincide with the court of Hampton Palace, nearest the river. The queen appears to have stood on the pretty triangular plain, fronting the royal stables, which now pertain to the Toy Hotel. This plain, in the eras of the Tudors and Stuarts, and perhaps of the Plantagenets, was the tilting place, and indeed the grand playground of the adjoining palace. Here used to be set up movable fences, made of network, called toils or toys, used in those games in which barriers were needed, from whence the name of the stately hostel on the green is derived. The queen was standing on this green, ready to mount, when Van Somers drew this picture. Her negro, or blackamoor groom, had just led from under the noble arch of the royal stables, which may be supposed opposite to the queen. Her tame fat hunter, accoutred with the high-pommeled, crimson velvet side saddle, and rich red housings fringed with gold. Surely when mounted on such a hunter, and in such a hunting garb, Her Majesty of Great Britain was a sight to be seen. Her painter, Van Somers, has added this notation at the left corner of the picture, on which he has, with Dutch quaintness, intimated a scrap of white paper, stuck on with 2 red wafers. Anna R. Dei Gratia Magna, Britain, France, Hibernia, Aetatis 43. End of section 31. Section 32 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 3, Part 4. The affection subsisting between the Queen and her brother, the King of Denmark, was great. His second visit to England had no object but the pleasure of seeing her and giving her a happy surprise. He arrived at Yarmouth Roads, July 19, 1614, accompanied by his Lord Admiral and Lord Chancellor. He landed privately, travelled with post horses through Ipswich, and slept at Brentwood, without the slightest idea of his royal rank transpiring on the road. Thus incognito, he arrived at an inn in Aldgate, where he dined. From thence he hired a hackney coach, and bent his course to the Queen's Court at Somerset House, where he entered her presence chamber before any one of her household was aware of his arrival in England. His royal sister was not in her presence chamber at the moment. She was dining privately in the gallery. While the King of Denmark mingled unknown with the courtiers, who were awaiting Queen Anne's entrance into the presence chamber, Cardell, the dancer, looked in his face very earnestly, and then said to a French gentleman, one of her majesty's officers, that the stranger gentleman close by was the greatest resemblance to the King of Denmark he had ever seen in his life. The Frenchman had seen the king on his previous visit to England, and the moment his attention was drawn to him, recognized his countenance. He immediately ran to his royal mistress, and told her that her brother was certainly in her palace. The queen treated the news with scorn, as an idle fancy. While the matter was in discussion, the King of Denmark entered the gallery, and raising his hand as a signal of silence to the attendants, he approached his sister's chair, who sat with her back to him, and putting his arms round her ere she was aware, gave her a kiss, whereby she learned the verity of that she had before treated as falsehood. The queen, in great joy, took off the best jewel she wore that day, and gave it to the Frenchman whose tidings she had mistrusted. She next dispatched a post with the news to King James, who was absent on a distant progress, and then devoted all her attention to her brother's entertainment. King James made such haste home from Nottinghamshire that he was at Somerset House on the Sunday, where he, with the queen, the King of Denmark, and Prince Charles, were present at a sermon preached by Dr. King, Bishop of London. The politicians of the day exhausted their ingenuity in guessing what grand scheme or necessity had induced this flying visit of the royal Dane. After all, they were forced to conclude that it was the mere yearning of natural affection in the wish to spend a week with his sister. Hawking, hunting, bear-baiting, and running at the ring were the daily diversions of the King of Denmark, and plays were acted every night for his entertainment, Sunday excepted, on which evening he entertained the English court, at his expense, with fireworks in Somerset House gardens, after a manner of his own devising. He seems to have had a peculiar taste and genius for pyrotechny, for these fireworks were the most beautiful and successful ever exhibited in England. It was guessed that King Christiern meant to have complained of repeated insults that had been offered to the queen by the Somerset faction, especially by the Earl of Northampton, but finding that nobleman just dead and the favoritism of Somerset on the decline, he abstained from all allusion to former grievances. Christiern took leave of his royal sister August 1st, and went, with King James and Prince Charles, to Woolwich, where they were received by the famous shipbuilder Phineas Pett, who showed the royal party a beautiful ship, nearly finished, called the Mare Honneur. From Woolwich the two kings went to Gravesend, where they dined together at the Ship Tavern. Finally, King James escorted King Christiern to his own ship, which had come round from Yarmouth. After this visit, Christiern saw his sister no more, but he was in continual correspondence with her, of the most affectionate nature till her death. Since the insult offered to the Princess of Cleves by Henry VIII, little intercourse had subsisted between England and Germany, however desirable it was that a mutual interest should unite Protestant nations. It was to the numerous family connections of James I consort that the close intercourse England has maintained with Germany for the last 2 centuries may be traced. The queen's sisters married the Dukes of Brunswick and Hesse, and the heirs of those dominions were, as they are at present, near kinsmen of the royal family of Great Britain. At this very juncture occurred the poisoning of Sir Thomas Overbury in the Tower. This was the effect of the vengeance of the Countess of Somerset, because he had endeavoured to prevent her marriage with Somerset after her divorce from the Earl of Essex. Somerset was at that time Lord Chamberlain, a function that fitted the calibre of his intellect far better than that of confidential secretary to the king. To this office, which seemed synonymous with that of favourite, there was now another aspirant, much patronized by the queen. This was an English youth of elegant manners and person, named George Villiers, first taken notice of by the king, owing to his resemblance to the beautiful head of Saint Stephen in one of the Italian masterpieces at Whitehall. From this resemblance was derived the pet name of Steenie, by which the new favorite was designated in the royal family. The king first noticed George Villiers at his visit to Cambridge in 1615. Just before this time, the murder of Overby began to be whispered against Somerset, who was in a few days arrested with his wife, and both were conveyed to the Tower. The king stood on the punctilio that the queen should recommend Villiers to the office of his confidential secretary, perhaps because this office would render him a frequent witness of their domestic life, and because part of her own private correspondence would pass through the hands of this young man. Yet she demurred at the idea of being thus rendered responsible for his conduct in the giddy career of royal favoritism she perceived he was destined to run. Experience, as she advanced towards middle life, had given her some insight into human character and the probable results of an intoxicating prosperity. When Archbishop Abbot took it upon him to obtain from the queen the required formal recommendation of Villiers to her royal spouse, she made this sensible answer: "My lord, neither you nor your friends know what you desire. I know your master better than you all. If Villiers once gets this place, those who shall have most contributed to his preferment will be the first sufferers by him. I shall be no more spared than the rest. The king will, himself, teach him to despise us and to treat us with pride and scorn. The young proud favourite will soon fancy that he is obliged but to his own merit for his preferment." It is, however, certain, whatever were her misgivings on the subject, that she complied with the request of the archbishop, and introduced Villiers to his first step in court honour in the following manner. On St. George's Day, her majesty being with Prince Charles in the privy chamber, told the king she had a new candidate for the honour of knighthood, worthy of St. George himself. She then requested the prince her son to reach her his father's sword, which he did, drawing it out of the sheath. She advanced to the king with the sword. He affected to be afraid of her approach with the drawn weapon, but kneeling before him, she presented to him George Villiers, and guided the king's hand in giving him the accolade of knighthood. James, either being very awkward or too powerfully refreshed at the festival of St. George, had nearly thrust out his new favourite's eye with the sword in the course of this ceremony. Perhaps Villiers conducted himself more gratefully to the queen than she anticipated, for no traces exist of any quarrel between them. Some autograph letters are extant in her hand, by which it appears she entered into a friendly compact with him for the reformation of the king's unmannerly habits and personal ill behaviour. My dog, I have received your letter, which is very just come to me. You do very well in lugging the sow's ear, and I thank you for it, and should have you do so still upon condition that you continue a watchful dog to him, and be always true to him. So wishing you all happiness, Anna R. To Viscount Villiers. The truth was, King Jamie, when his animal spirits ran away with the little discretion he possessed, was wont to comport himself according to the apt simile of Sir Walter Scott, exceedingly like an old gander, running about and cackling all manner of nonsense. His loving queen likened him, less reverently, to a sow, and her majesty charged her protégé, George Villiers, to give his royal master some hint, imperceptible to the bystanders, when he was transgressing the bounds of what she considered kingly behaviour. Thus Villiers was established as a sort of monitor or flapper of Laputa, to recall the dignity of the monarch when it was going astray. He was compared, in the circle of the royal family, to a faithful dog, who lugged a sow by the ear when transgressing into forbidden grounds, and the queen facetiously called the admonitions of the favourite lugging the sow by the ear. Without such coarse and quaint comparison, it is very likely the admonitions would not have been graciously received. The following letter, copied from the original autograph, was written in answer to a letter of Villiers, informing Queen Anne that in obedience to her desire he had pulled the king's ear till it was as long as any sow's. Some other notes by the Queen on the same subject follow. She seldom wrote a long letter. My kind dog, your letter hath been acceptable to me. I rest already assured of your carefulness. You may tell your master that the King of Denmark hath sent me 12 fair mares, which I intend to put in Byfield Park, where being the other day a hunting, I could find but very few deer, but great store of other cattle, as I shall tell your master myself when I see him. I hope to meet you all at Woodstock at the time appointed, till when I wish you all happiness and contentment. Anna R. I thank you for your pains taken in remembering the paling of my park. I will do you any service I can. Queen Anne to King James. I am glad that your brother's horse does please you, and that my dog Steenie does well, for I did command him that he should make your ear hang like a sow's lug, and when he comes home I will treat him better than any other dog. Sometimes these admonitions were to remind the king of certain promises he had made for the advancement of her majesty's pecuniary interests, for she was very extravagant and always in want of money. When the king was settled with a confidant of more respectability than Somerset, the queen ceased to interfere with state affairs. This is the only instance in which she had thrown her influence into the scale since her arrival in England. Her contemporaries gave her credit for considerable abilities, if she had chosen to plunge into the troubled sea of politics. She certainly showed greater wisdom by amusing herself with her masques and festivals, which fostered the fine arts, and encouraged the talents of her two especial protégés, Inigo Jones and Ben Jonson. She was a good linguist, because in addition to French, German, and English languages, she was a fine Italian scholar, for Cardinal Bentivoglio, then resident as nuncio at the court of Brussels, who had evidently visited England, probably in disguise, mentions that she possessed this accomplishment. He praises, too, her beauty excessively, but perhaps he was no great judge of female charms, and her absurd pictures at Hampton Court will scarcely bear out the assertion. But when he speaks of her knowledge of his own elegant language, it will be allowed that it is a matter on which he was fully able to decide. The queen's bad taste in dress led her to exaggerate, rather than banish, the hideous costume prevalent in all the courts of Europe for half a century. This style of dress would have caricatured the Venus de Medicis herself, had she assumed a farthingale and tête de mouton. There is a picture of this queen dancing merrily, with a very self-satisfied smirk, in a corner of one of the rooms at Hampton Court. A little absurd white beaver hat is perched at the top of her elaborately curled hair, and 3 little droll feathers peep over the summit. No one can look at the portrait without laughing, yet the face is rather handsome, and the design very animated. The figure seems as if it meant to dance into the midst of the room. The dress is white, with a waist 5 inches longer than any natural waist, and withal, she wears a farthingale so enormous that her hands, which are certainly beautiful, just rest on it, with the arms extended, and hang over the extreme verge of its rotundity. Think of a dress that would not let a woman's arms hang down by her sides if she chose! In fact, a farthingale must have been a habitation rather than a garment, and must have been as troublesome to carry about as a snail shell is to its animal. The inconveniences attending this ridiculous dress at last exhausted the patience of King James, who issued a formidable proclamation against the whole costume, declaring that no lady or gentleman clad in a farthingale should come to see any of the sights or masques at Whitehall for the future, because this impertinent garment took up all the room in his court. A most ridiculous incident had roused the legislatorial wrath of King James. At one of the masques, performed by the gentlemen of Gray's Inn at Whitehall, there was a great anxiety manifested by the ladies to obtain places, but unfortunately 4 or 5 were wedged in the passage by the size of their farthingales, others pressed on, and likewise stuck fast. Thus the way was utterly blocked up with ladies, pushing, squeezing, and remonstrating with no little din of eloquence, while the beautiful mass was played out to the king and queen almost soulless. Next day, the king issued his fulmination against farthingales, and it appears from this proclamation that the gentlemen, willing to be of as much consequence in the world as the ladies, had padded or wadded their garments in proportion. Mr. Chamberlain, whose letters preserve the memory of this proclamation, expresses his satisfaction that it would certainly cause the extirpation of this unbecoming costume. Greatly mistaken was he when he supposed it was in the power of a royal edict to banish a fashion, before the ladies themselves were tired of it. If the king objected to farthingales, he should have commenced by regulating the costume of Her Majesty, the leader of fashion, but this was an experiment he was not very likely to try. In the very face of his proclamation, the obnoxious garments continued to increase in amplitude for the remainder of his life, and very perversely went out of fashion at his funeral. The king went early in the new year of 1616 to Newmarket, but the severe weather prevented his favourite amusements. His Majesty, therefore, having nothing better to do, vented his spleen in a humorous sonnet in January, in which he says, "But now his double face is still disposed, with Saturn's aid, to freeze us at the fire. The earth, or covered with a sheet of snow, refuses food to fowl, to bird and beast. The chilling cold lets everything to grow, and surfeits cattle with a starving feast." The queen stood godmother the same summer at Wimbledon to the daughter of Thomas, Earl of Exeter, Lord Burleigh's eldest son. She seems to have invented the name of Georgiana for the benefit of her goddaughter, for the register of the parish says, "The Lady Georgiana, daughter of the Earl of Exeter, and the Honourable Lady Frances, Countess of Exeter, was baptized the 30th of July, 1616, in the afternoon. Queen Anne and the Earl of Worcester being witnesses, and the Bishop of London administered the baptism." Court gossip affirmed that the queen was very anxious for the departure of her consort on his long-projected visit to Scotland, in order that she might reign as queen regent over England in his absence. But this was scandal, since good proof exists that she was very anxious to have him home again before he was ready to return. King James set out on this expedition from Her Majesty's palace at Theobalds, March 14, 1617. She bore him company as far as Ware. The king did not arrive at Edinburgh till May. The extravagant English nobles who accompanied him had much to say in scorn of the utter absence of pageantry in welcome given to the long-absent king. But if sparing in pageantry, the Scotch were profuse in Latin orations and scholastic disputations, which infinitely comforted and refreshed the pedantry of his soul. It is difficult to detail the usual proceedings of the royal humorist with gravity, yet it would be unjust not to put in a serious word of commendation in regard to the real good James effected at this time in the land of his birth. His primary object in his visit was to oblige the Privy Council of Scotland to establish schools in every parish, likewise parish registers. We do not scruple to affirm boldly that the king, whose heart was set on such improvements for the lower orders, was not the beast and fool which it has pleased party calumniators to represent him. 3 words at least might be uttered in reply to their railings. These are parochial schools, registers, colonies. The benefits of these establishments are felt to this hour, and the paternal wisdom of their peaceful founder ought to be better appreciated now than in his own age of blood and crime. But to turn to lighter matter. If the king's English train were discontented at the absence of the pageantry usual in England on all festive occasions, the Scotch were as much astonished that such trifles could give pleasure to grown men, and began to question among themselves whether the English worshipped these images, and whether they were really the idols they heard so much about from their Calvinistic preachers. However, among the rest of the diversions prepared for King James, there was, to be sure, one red lion, made of plaster, at Linlithgow, and certainly the address of this lion, in which was enclosed James Wiseman, schoolmaster of the said town, was better worth attention than any of the other northern recreations. Thrice royal sir, here I do you beseech, who art a lion, hear a lion's speech. A miracle, for since the days of Aesop, no lion, till these times, his voice dared raise up to such a majesty. Then, king of men, the king of beasts speaks to thee from his den, who, though he now be here enclosed in plaster, when he is free, is Lithgow's wise schoolmaster. Whilst his majesty was absent, the queen dreamed a very fearful dream respecting his personal safety, and dispatched a special messenger with the particulars of it, begging him withal to hasten home to her. For once in his life, King James paid no heed to the call of superstition. Perhaps in regard to the supernatural, he attended to the crotchets of no brain but his own, for he did not particularly hasten his homeward progress. Her Majesty sojourned at Greenwich Palace during the king's absence. The young gentlewomen of Ladies' Hall, a great boarding school at the neighbouring town of Deptford, performed a masque for the diversion of her Majesty. In the course of the prologue, the queen was thus addressed. The lovely crew of Ladies' Hall, a pure academy, where modesty doth sway as governess, these pretty nymphs devoted to your grace, present a sport which they do yearly celebrate on Candlemas night, with due solemnity and great applause. Hymen was the hero of the masque, but the instructors at Ladies' Hall considered it only proper that so impertinent a god as Cupid should be banished from all association with that respectable divinity. All Cupids being contraband articles at the Deptford School, patronized by Her Majesty Queen Anne and the court at Greenwich. The piece was therefore entitled Cupid's Banishment, and being written under the immediate surveillance of Mr. Onslow, tutor to Ladies' Hall, ought to have been the very pink of propriety. Indeed, Cupid is railed at in good set terms from the beginning to the end of the masque, as for instance, the nymph's song and joy that Cupid is gone. Hark, hark, how Philomel, whose notes no air can parallel, mark, mark her melody, she descants still on chastity. The diapason of her tone is Cupid's gone. He's gone, he's gone, he's quite exiled. Venus's brat, peevish imp, fancy's child. Let him go, with his quiver and his bow. In the course of the masque, a concert was performed, considered unrivaled. 12 young ladies as nymphs entered, dressed all in white, their hair hanging down their necks, adorned with jewels, necklaces on their heads, and coronets of artificial flowers, with a puff of tinsy rising in the midst. They paced towards Her Majesty, and after the first strain of the violins, commenced dancing Anna Regina in letters. That is, as they stood or moved, linked hand in hand, they formed a figure which constantly presented to the eyes of the beholder the queen's written name. The second dance was Jacobus Rex, in compliment to the king, then Carolus P. for Prince Charles, with many excellent figures falling off, devised by Mr. Onslow, tutor to Ladies' Hall, who was doubtless a most exalted personage that night, in his own opinion. The ballet having ended, Master Richard Brown, the heir of Sayes Court, Deptford, who acted Diana in the masque, presented to Her Majesty, with a flourishing speech, her 2 goddaughters, young Mistress Anne Sandilands and young Mistress Anne Challoner, who had danced in the ballets, and were among the scholars at Ladies' Hall. They brought the queen gifts of their needlework, one offering a pattern of acorns, and the other of rosemary, the initials of which were the same as Her Majesty's name, Anna Regina. The girls then retired, making their honours and obeisance, 2 by 2, squired by Master Richard Brown, otherwise Diana. Such is the earliest notice of a boarding school to be found among the memorials of English costume. Schools of the kind had, at this epoch, succeeded the ancient convents, where the young females of this country were formerly educated. Ladies' Hall was evidently the most recherché of the kind. It was situated near the court at Greenwich, where the queen had her goddaughters, and perhaps her wards, educated under her own eye. There are some traces of the modern dancing master's ball to be found in this description. In modern times, however, a whole boarding school of young ladies, if honored by the patronage of majesty, would never have been chaperoned to the foot of the throne by a great boy dressed as Diana. End of section 32. Section 33 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Anne of Denmark, Chapter 3, Part 5. Sir Francis Bacon, who had been newly installed as Lord Keeper, was the person who governed England in the king's absence. He excited great wrath among the nobility left at court by the regal airs he gave himself. Many ran to tell tales to the queen, but this was of no avail, for the great Bacon was very evidently a favorite of her majesty. They complained that he took possession of the king's own lodging, gave audience in the great banqueting house, and if any privy councillors sat too near him, bade them know their distance, to their infinite indignation. Secretary Winwood was so enraged that he took himself away and would not enter his presence. He complained withal to the queen and wrote an angry dispatch to the king, imploring him to make haste back, for his seat was already usurped, and he verily believed Bacon fancied himself king. I remember, continues Sir Anthony Weldon, who relates this anecdote in his satirical gossip, King James reading this letter to us on his progress, and both the king and we were very merry. As for Queen Anne, she did her best to make peace between the belligerents, and asked Bacon in a friendly manner, why he and Secretary Winwood could not agree? I know not, madam, replied the great philosopher with simplicity, excepting it be that he is very proud, and so am I. The candor of this reply pleased the queen. As to the king, when he returned in September, he silenced all the tale-bearers who had made malicious observations on Bacon's conduct by bearing witness that he had, while exercising the power which had been viewed so invidiously, never spoken ill of anyone, or endeavoured, either by word or letter, to prejudice him or Villiers against a living creature. It was about the time of the king's return from Scotland that apprehensions were first entertained that the queen's life would be a short one, and the expression used would indicate that her loss would be felt as an evil. The queen is somewhat crazy, that is sickly, again. They say it is the gout, though the need of her welfare makes the world fearful. Soon after, the queen continues still indisposed, and though she would fain lay all her infirmities upon the gout, yet her physicians fear an ill habit through her whole constitution. In her notes written to the king about this time, she often alludes to bodily malady, yet at the same time she dwells on her favorite amusements of hunting or of hawking. All her letters are dateless. The following seems written just before King James returned from Scotland. Queen Anne to King James. My heart, I crave pardon that I have not sooner answered your majesty's letter. You shall not fear the pain in my fingers. You shall find them well enough for you when you come home. I think it long to see my gerfalcoo fly, which I hope to see when I shall have the honour to kiss your majesty's hands. Yours, Anna R. The next billet to her royal spouse was evidently written during her long sojourn at Oatlands, whither she went for the recovery of her health, in the autumn of the year that the king returned from Scotland. Queen Anne to King James. My heart, I desire your majesty to pardon that I have not answered your majesty sooner upon your letters, because I would know the truth of the park at Oatlands. As I understand, there is nearly 40 grossi bestiani of divers kind that devours my deer, as I will tell your majesty at meeting, whereas your majesty would have me to meet you at Whithall. I am content, but I fear some inconvenience in my legs, which I have not felt here. So kissing your majesty's hands, I rest your Anna R. The court intelligence at the new year, 1617 to 18, thus spoke ominously of the queen's health. Her Majesty is not well. They say she languisheth, whether with melancholy or sickness, or what not, yet is she still at Whitehall, being scant able to remove. 3 years previously, her physicians had treated her for a confirmed state of dropsy, and now this disease made an attack on her which threatened to be fatal. She removed to Somerset House, to be out of the bustle of the carnival, Shrovetide being kept nearly as riotous at the court of James as it is at present on the continent. In the midst of the mad revelry, the king was taken ill with the gout in his knees. Some rantipole knights of his bedchamber, Sir George Goring, Sir Thomas Badger, Sir Edward Zouch, and others, tried to amuse him by acting some little burlesque plays, called Tom a Bedlam, The Tinker, and The Two Merry Milkmaids. But the gout and the cold weather pinched the king, and nothing could put him in good humor. He reproved his knights for ribaldry, not without reason, called their little burlesque plays, probably the same as modern farces, mad stuff, and was utterly unmanageable by his masculine attendants. The poor sick queen was forced to make several journeys from Somerset House to see him while he was confined to his bed, and at last took him away with her to Theobald's, where he had better nurses than his rantipole knights, and soon recovered the proper use of his limbs and of his temper. Queen Anne continued to decline during the summer. As the autumn wore on, she suffered much with a cough, accompanied by bleeding of the lungs, so that she was one night nearly suffocated in her sleep, and her physicians were sent for in great haste. She removed from Oatlands, and remained at Hampton Court, where illness made her more infirm. The king, when not confined by illness himself, went to see her twice, and often thrice every week. She evidently had not the least idea of her danger, and did not lack flatterers to persuade her she was convalescent. Sick as she was not so completely absorbed in her own sufferings as to forget her old protégé, Sir Walter Raleigh, in his extremity, who made a last earnest appeal to her compassion in verse. The words he addressed to her are as follows. Then unto whom shall I unfold my wrong, cast down my tears, or hold up folded hands? To her to whom remorse does not belong, to her who is the first, and may alone be justly termed the Empress of Britons, who should have mercy if a queen has none? These lines conclude with a passionate exhortation to save him who would have died for your defense, save him whose thoughts no treason ever tainted. This appeal induced the queen to make one of her last efforts in state affairs, by way of an earnest intercession to save him from the block. Even those who weigh the actual deeds of this brilliant man in the unerring scales of moral justice, and who fix their attention on the fact which occasioned the execution of his long-delayed sentence, will wish that the pleadings of Anne of Denmark had been heeded, and that the following letter had met with the attention it deserved. The Queen to the Marquis of Buckingham. My kind dog, if I have any power or credit with you, I pray you let me have a trial of it at this time, in dealing sincerely and earnestly with the king, that Sir Walter Raleigh's life may not be called in question. If you do it so that the success answer my expectation, assure yourself that I will take it extraordinarily kindly at your hands, and rest one that wisheth you well, and desires you to continue still, as you have been, a true servant to your master. Anna R. Notwithstanding this intercession, Raleigh was beheaded on the 29th of October, 1618, soon after it was made. He suffered death ostensibly on the sentence which we have seen passed on him in 1603, but he was respited through the entreaties of the Queen and Prince Henry. There was something extremely repulsive in thus putting him to death for a crime for which he had virtually been forgiven. His real crime, and one of great magnitude it certainly was, had been committed in the preceding year, when he had employed an expedition, entrusted to him for the purpose of discovery, in a cruel attack on an unoffending colony belonging to a nation at peace with England. King James had not the moral courage to bring the perpetrator of this outrage to trial, because his people had not made a sufficient advance in moral justice to consider such piratical descents on struggling colonists in their true light. But James, whose peaceful policy had first opened for overpopulated England those safety valves called colonies, felt how severely Spain could retaliate Raleigh's aggression on the English settlements, beginning under his auspices, to stud the coasts of North America and the West Indies. The 19th century has made sufficient progress in moral rectitude and statistic wisdom to blame equally Raleigh's crime and the illegal and shuffling mode of inflicting his punishment. How the Queen received the news of the death of the man she had so many years protected is not known. Her own life drew near its close. She was in great danger throughout the month of December. Nevertheless, says a contemporary writer, she cannot fail to do well who has everyone's good wishes. The king went to stay at Hampton Court with her on St. Thomas's Day, and the physician spoke doubtfully of her recovery. But I cannot think, adds the courtly correspondent, the case desperate, as she was able to attend to a long sermon preached by the Bishop of London in her inner chamber. Yet I hear the greedy courtiers already plot for leases of her lands, and who shall have the keeping of Somerset House, and the rest who shall share her implements and movables, just as if they were about to divide a spoil. I hope they may come as short as they who reckon on dividing the bearskin, yet we cannot be out of fear till we see her pass the top of May Hill. But she never saw the month of May. The king was very anxious that she should dispose by will of the immense property she had invested in jewels, which he was afraid she would dispose of out of the kingdom. It is probable she meant to bequeath some of it to her daughter Elisabeth, the wife of the Count Palatine, who was involved in the deepest distress by the assumption her husband had made of the crown of Bohemia. It is certain she had laid aside a casket full of most valuable jewels for the Queen of Bohemia, and as she was anxiously expecting the arrival of her brother, the King of Denmark, he was probably the medium to whom she meant to consign them. King James had travelled from London to Hampton Court to see his dying wife thrice every week during the winter. He was now laid up with a severe fit of illness at Royston, which many persons thought would have been fatal. His illness was aggravated by the prospect of losing a partner with whom he had spent the best days of his life, and though they had, like most married persons, some matrimonial wrangling, yet he had never given her a rival, and was decidedly, as we have given ample proof, the most diligent of husbands. He was very anxious that the queen should exercise her privilege of making a will, not on account of anything he might gain, because, if she died intestate, her property must have fallen to himself. But her majesty had two favorite attendants, Danish Anna and a Frenchman called Perriot, who were objects of great suspicion and jealousy respecting her jewels. The desire of the king that his consort should make a will was most likely because such document would have been accompanied by schedules of her jewels, which remained at the mercy of these persons. The Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of London had previously taken upon themselves to hint at the propriety of her majesty making a will, by exhorting her on the uncertainty of human life and the necessity for every sick person to set their affairs in order. The queen, however, would not take any hint that she was near death, and observed, that they have spoke thus because their visit happened to be on Candlemas, February 2nd, which, she added, the English usually call the Dismal Day. Like many persons who have declined long, she was carried off suddenly at last. Notwithstanding all the jealousies regarding her attachment to the Catholic Church, she died in edifying communion with the Church of England, as distinctly specified by an eye-witness. She was reasonably well recovered to the eyes of all that saw her, and came to her with drawing chamber or drawing room, and to her gallery every day almost, yet still so weak of her legs that she could hardly stand, neither had she any stomach for her meat, for 6 weeks before she died. But this was only known to your countrymen, Pyrrha, or Pierre, and the Dutch or Danish woman that serves her in her chamber. This was Danish Anna, of whom mention has been made at her Scotch coronation. They kept all close from the physicians and everybody else. None saw her eat but these two. Meanwhile, she was making preparation for a visit from the King of Denmark, whom she expected to receive at her house at Oatlands, when a cough, that often troubled her, suddenly took the form of a consumptive cough, in February, while she was still at Hampton Court. She took to her bed, but first had the bed she loved best set up. The Queen's physicians were Dr. Mayerne, Dr. Atkins, and Dr. Turner. And it is a very curious circumstance that they had all been recommended to her by Sir Walter Raleigh, because they knew his secrets and medicaments of physics. The Queen became worse after taking possession of her favorite bed, and desired her son to be sent for, and he came to her directly, but the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of London preceded him, coming to wait on her accidentally. When she heard they were desirous of seeing her, she requested their presence, and they came in, and knelt by her bedside. "Madam," said one of them, "we hope that as your Majesty's strength fails outwardly, the better part grows stronger." They said a prayer, and word by word she followed them. Then the Archbishop said, "Madam, we hope your Majesty doth not trust to your own merits, nor to the merits of saints, but only to the blood and merits of our Saviour." "I do," she answered, and withal she said, "I renounce the mediation of saints and my own merits, and only rely on my Saviour Christ, who has redeemed my soul by his blood." Which declaration gave great satisfaction to the prelates and those who heard her. Charles, Prince of Wales, her son, then arrived. He was conducted to her, and she welcomed him, and asked him, "How he did?" He answered, "At her service," and a few trifling questions passed cheerfully. The Queen, who seems to have dreaded the presence of great crowds, which in those days ever surrounded the deathbeds of royal persons, implored him to go home. "No," replied Charles, "I will stay to wait upon your Majesty." "I am a pretty piece to wait upon, servant," replied the dying Queen, calling her son by a pet name, derived from the code of chivalry she ever used in their affectionate intercourse. She then implored him to go to his own chamber, and she would send for him soon. He obeyed her unwillingly. The Archbishop then said to her, "Madam, all I have to say to your Majesty is, set your heart upon God, and remember your poor servants." She knew he meant to urge her to make a will, a measure, it seems, that the two domestics, to whom she utterly consigned herself in private, were most unwilling she should take, lest they should be forced to account for treasures in their rapacious hands. "I pray you," replied the Queen, "to go home now, and I will see you on Wednesday." This was Monday afternoon, and all about plainly discerned that by the time she named she would be with the dead. The Archbishop left the royal chamber, but the Bishop of London, a very good man, still lingered, as loath to depart. "Madam," he said, "heed not the transitory things, but set your heart on God." "I do," she answered, yet still bade him, "Go home and come again on Wednesday night." "No," he answered, "I will stay and wait upon your Majesty this night." Her desire to have them gone, she said, was because she knew there was no proper lodgings for them prepared, and she felt no symptoms of disillusion. The prince retired to his chamber, the Archbishop returned home, but the Bishop of London remained at Hampton Court. The lords in attendance went to supper, and all the Queen's ladies, among whom the principal in waiting were the Countesses of Arundel and Bedford, and Lady Carey. The Countess of Derby arrived that afternoon, and earnestly entreated to see the Queen, who declined the interview, yet on Lady Derby's extreme importunity admitted her, and after asking her 2 or 3 merry or cheerful questions, begged her to go to her supper. After supper time, Prince Charles entered her chamber and spoke to her, but at her earnest entreaty retired soon. All her attendants were most desirous for her to make her will, but she prayed them to let her alone till the morrow, when she would. She was cold and pale, but her voice was strong. None durst come into her chamber for fear of offending her, it being against her will. Yet all stayed in the antechamber till she sent a positive command for it to be cleared, and all to go to bed, forbidding any watch to be held. Her physicians came to her at 12 o'clock. When they were gone, she called to her maid Danish Anna, that sat by her bed, and bade her fill some drink to wash her mouth. She brought her a glass of Rhenish wine. The queen drank it all out, and said to her woman, "Now I have deceived the physicians." She bade Danish Anna lock the door, and keep all out that were out. "Now," she said, "lay down by me and sleep, for in seeing you repose, I shall feel disposed to sleep." Scarcely a quarter of an hour had passed, when she roused her woman, and bade her bring some water to wash her eyes. With the water, Danish Anna brought a candle, but the darkness of death had invaded the eyes of the queen, and she saw not the light, but still bade a candle be brought. "Madam," said Danish Anna, "there is one here. Do you not see it?" "No," said the queen. Then her confidential attendant, finding that death was upon her royal mistress, was terrified lest she should die locked up alone with her. She unlocked the doors and called the physicians. They gave the queen a cordial, and sent for the prince and the lords and ladies of the household. The clock then struck 1. The queen's hand was then placed on Prince Charles's head, and she distinctly gave him her blessing. The lords presented a paper to her, which she signed as she could. It was her will, in which she left her property to her son, likewise rewards to her servants. The Bishop of London made a prayer, and her son and all about her bed prayed. Her speech was gone, but the bishop said, "Madam, make a sign, that your majesty is one with your God, and long to be with him." She then held up her hands, and when one hand failed, held up the other, till both failed. In the sight of all, her heart, her eyes, her tongue were fixed on God. While she had the strength, and when sight and speech failed, her hands were raised to him in supplication. And when all failed, the bishop made another prayer, and she laid so pleasantly in her bed, smiling as if she had no pain. Only at the last she gave 5 or 6 little moans, and had the happiest going out of the world that anyone ever had. 2 days after, her corpse looked better than she had done at any time within this 2 years. Her loss was almost absorbed by dread of a greater loss. The king was extremely ill, and never king bewailed more than he. But praise be to God, on Good Friday he began to recover, and now, thank God, is past fear. The queen's body was brought by water procession from Hampton Court to Somerset House, where it laid in state till the 13th of May, the day of burial. The royal corpse was attended to the grave by most of the nobility then sojourning in London. Yet an eyewitness observed that it was but a drawling, tedious sight, and though the number of the lords and ladies was very great, yet they made but a poor show, being all apparelled alike in black, and they came lagging, tired with the length of the way, from Somerset House to Westminster Abbey. And the weight of their mourning, every private lady having 12 yards of broadcloth about her, and the countesses had 16 yards of the same, a great weight to carry at a walking funeral in May. The Countess of Arundel was chief lady mourner, being supported by the Duke of Lennox and the Marquis of Hampton, both relatives of the royal family of Stuart. The other ladies who followed had some one to lean on, or they could not have borne up, on account of the weight of their garments. Charles, Prince of Wales, came after the Archbishop of Canterbury, who was to preach the funeral sermon, and went before the corpse, which was drawn by 6 horses. The queen's palfrey was led by her master of horse, Sir Thomas Somerset. The banners of the Goths and Vandals were carried by the heralds at this funeral, among the banners of Anne of Denmark's German and Northern alliances. Her corpse was carried to the grave by Sir Edward Bushel and 9 other knights of her household. The queen had never visited Scotland since she left it, but her death was duly commemorated there when the tidings of it arrived. Lord Binning wrote to King James, that when the sorrowful news of his blessed queen's death came to Edinburgh, he had sent to the magistrates, and to Sir Patrick Galloway, and the other ministers, that honourable remembrance might be made, in their sermons, of her majesty's virtuous life and Christian death. The poets in England offered many tributes to her memory. Camden has preserved 2 elegiac epitaphs, which possess some elegance of thought. Epitaph of Anne of Denmark. March with his winds hath struck a cedar tall, and weeping April mourns that cedars fall, and May intends no flowers her month shall bring, since she must lose the flower of all the spring. Thus March's wind hath caused April's showers, and yet sad May must lose her flower of flowers. Another, in which an allusion to the comet supposed to forebode her death. Thee to invite, the great God sent a star. His nearest friend and kin good princes are, who, though they run their race of man and die, death serves but to refine their majesty. So did our queen her court from hence remove, and left this earth to be enthroned above. Then she is changed, not dead. No good prince dies, but like the sun doth only set to rise. The king arrived at Greenwich a few days after his queen's funeral. All her coffers and cabinets were brought from Somerset House in 4 carts, and delivered by inventory to his majesty by Sir Edward Coke and the queen's auditor. The king examined all. He found that the queen had received from Herrick, her jeweler, 36,000 worth of jewels, of which no vestige appeared. The jeweler produced the models and swore to the delivery of the property. Perriot, the queen's French attendant, and her favorite maid, Danish Anna, were suspected of the embezzlement of these jewels, and of a vast mass of ready money, which their royal mistress was supposed to have hoarded. Both were examined, and afterwards committed to the custody of Justice Doubleday, to be privately imprisoned in his house. But it does not appear that any trace was ever gained of the missing treasure. Anne of Denmark's hearse remained standing over the place of her interment at Westminster Abbey the whole of the reign of James I. It was destroyed during the civil wars, with many a funeral memento of more durable materials. She had no other monument. Her death occurred in the 46th year of her age. She left but 2 living children, Charles, Prince of Wales, afterwards Charles I, and Elisabeth, Queen of Bohemia, both of them singularly unfortunate. James I survived his consort 7 years. He never encouraged the idea of a second marriage, but the manners of his court became extremely gross and unrefined, for ladies no longer came there, after the death of Anne of Denmark. End of section 32. End of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 7, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland.